are coming into the Zoom, I just want to make a note that we are joined here by people who have been saying Kaddish for their loved ones, maybe for a few days, a few weeks, a few months. And then also today, of course, my Jewish Learning is running a day of remembrance to commemorate October 7th, 2023, to lift the souls of the departed, and of course to pray for a resolution and bring home the hostages. When we planned this, there wasn't so much hope of news, and that seems to have shifted. So for me, that makes this day a little bit more meaningful. We have something to hope for. So for those who are here just for Kaddish, for your loved ones, we're happy to provide this space. In a moment, I will turn it over to Rabbi Rachel Druck, who has been a wonderful Sunday Kaddish leader for us. She will share some words of Torah. About 15 minutes in, she will give everyone the opportunity to unmute to say Kaddish together. At the end of that, I will remute everyone, and we will go into learning for the day. So I just wanted to give people some context for our run of show. Okay, so I am going to turn it over to Rabbi Rachel Druck, who works at the Association for Civil Rights in Israel. I will turn over to you, Rabbi.
Thank you. Shana Tova, everyone. Shavua Tov, and welcome. So because today is my Jewish Learning's Day of Learning to commemorate October 7th, so with me you'll be getting 2 Mishnahs for the price of 1. We'll focus on one now, and then after the Mourner's Kaddish, for those of you who stay, we'll shift our focus to a different kind of learning. So the tractate, Masechet Pe'ah, deals with the obligations that farmers or other agriculturalists have towards the poor, including the commandment of Pe'ah, which is to leave a corner of the field untouched for the poor to come and gather the produce there. The Mishnah that I'm about to read, and I will share my screen for those of you who would like to follow along, is the first Mishnah in this tractate, and lists things that have no defined maximum, which never trust the rabbis when they make definite statements like that, because the following Mishnah will make clear that there is a minimum and maximum amount. So I will share my screen, and then I will read the Mishnah in Hebrew and in English. I think this is what I want to share. So can you?
Yes.
No.
Oh.
Yeah. No,
we see MJL Kaddish Minyan Day of Learning.
No, those
Mishnah
are my
Pe'ah.
notes, which you're feel free to watch, but less interesting than what I wanted to share, which is my which is the actual Mishnah. So apologies for the technical difficulties.
I do think that was the Safaria link. So we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I'll try it again. We'll see how it goes. Yes, no, I think I'm sharing the exact same screen, but
it's Safaria.
Yeah.
Great.
You know what? Let me, so that you don't get spoiled for everything I'm about to say, I'm going to share a link to the Safaria document in the chat. Those of you who would like to click on it, please feel free to follow along. And that way, so here is the link. Excellent.
Beautiful.
Okay, so אלו דברים שאין להם שיעור, הפאה והביקורים והראיון וגמילות חסדים ותלמוד תורה. אלו דברים שאדם אוכל פירותיהם בעולם הזה, והקרן קיימת לו לעולם הבא. כיבוד אב ואם וגמילות חסדים והבאת שלום בין אדם לחברו ותלמוד תורה כנגד כולם. These are the things that have no definite quantity. The corners of the fields, first fruits, the offerings brought on appearing at the temple on the 3 pilgrimage festivals of Passover, Shavuot, and Sukkot, the performance of righteous deeds, and the study of Torah. The following are the things for which a person enjoys the fruits in this world, while the principle remains for them in the world to come. Honoring one's father and mother, the performance of righteous deeds, and the making of peace between a person and their friend, and the study of the Torah is equal to them all. So the Mishnah is essentially divided into these 2 overlapping categories. The things that you can do as much as you want. There's no maximum limiting you, which is reserving the corners of your field. The first fruits offered on the holiday of Shavuot, appearing at the temple on Passover, Shavuot, and Sukkot, performing acts of loving kindness, and the study of Torah. And the second category is commandments that have no maximum, that when a person performs them, the person receives a reward both in this world and the next. Honoring one's father and mother, acts of loving kindness, making peace, and the ultimate commandment to the rabbis that's equal to the rest, studying Torah. Those of you who have attended more traditional morning services and made it on time may find this Mishnah to be familiar. Every day at the very start of services, we say the blessing for learning Torah. And since we've said the blessing for learning Torah, we need to learn Torah. So immediately after this blessing, we recite the first sentence of the Mishnah. These are the things that have no definite quantity. The corners of the field, first fruits, performance of righteous deeds, and the study of Torah. But the Sidur then continues with a similar but not quite the same quote, this time from the Gemara. And I'll read the English translation. These are the deeds that yield immediate fruit and continue to yield fruit in the time to come. Honoring parents, acts of kindness, attending the house of study punctually morning and evening, providing hospitality, visiting the sick, helping the needy bride, attending the dead, concentrating on the meaning of prayer, making peace between one person and another, and between husband and wife, and the study of Torah is equal to them all. It's a very similar quote, but the compiler of the Sidur in the 1st century CE, Rav Amram Gaon, chose, rather than quoting the entire Mishnah, to take a similar quote, but one that really focuses more on the things that we can do to be good to one another, to be in community together, and to help one another as individuals. I want to point out a sneaky thing that I did in the translations of the Mishnah and the Gemara. The Hebrew is exactly the same. Elu dvarim she'adam ochel perotehem ba'olam hazeh v'keren kayemet lo le'olam haba. But the English translation of the Mishnah reads, the following are the things for which a person enjoys the fruits in this world, while the principle remains for them in the world to come. While the translation that I chose for the Gemara in the Sidur reads, these are the deeds that yield immediate fruit and continue to yield fruit in time to come. And although, to be honest, I think that the first translation is the more accurate one, the one about the world to come. There's a reason I chose to be sneaky, and I like to read them in light of the second translation, that it yields immediate fruit and continues to yield fruit in time to come. Because regardless of theology, regardless about beliefs of an afterlife, what we can be sure about is that when we engage in acts of chesed, in acts of loving kindness, when we make life a little bit better for the people around us, we leave behind a legacy. Our action yields immediate fruit and continues to yield fruit. I think it means something that every morning, the first piece of Torah that has been set for us to learn, the tone is that's set essentially for facing the day is about doing good in the world and the good that we leave behind when we do so. Each and every one of us is here because someone important to us passed away, but their actions in this world have left dividends in the world without them, in the time that passes on without them. There is something that has brought all of us here to remember and honor them and continue putting their names out into the world. And may their legacies continue to inspire us and continue to pay dividends as we continue their work and continue to do good in this world to and for others.
Great. Rabbi, are you still unmuted? Okay, great. In a moment, I will share the words for Kaddish and ask people to unmute. Please wait for Rabbi Rachel Druck to start us off. I also typically we don't mute people at the end, we sign off. So thank you for all of your flexibility in today's meaningful yet logistically more complicated day. Okay, you have all been asked to unmute, and I will share.
So I don't know if I should unmute with that car alarm going off. Thank
Okay, thank you all.
Thank
you. I always find
Thank you.
the cacophony, the beautiful chaos of Kaddish online. I will ask everyone who's remaining with us today to please remute yourselves as we continue our learning.
Resetting myself. Okay. So for those of you just joining us, welcome. I did promise everyone a second Mishnah, and there will be a second Mishnah. Don't worry. But I want to start with a kina, a lamentation that was written in the immediate aftermath of the October 7th massacre by the by the poet Yagel Harush. Keynote, the Lamentations are traditionally recited on Tisha B'Av, Jewish day of mourning for the destruction of the temples and other national tragedies. And Harush very consciously echoes these themes of destruction and mourning and lamentation of Tisha B'Av in his Kina that he wrote. Every verse in the Hebrew starts with the word Echa, which echoes the Book of Lamentations, which in Hebrew is Echa, the book that's read on Tisha B'Av. I confess I'm a little bit worried about playing this kina because it's in Hebrew. It's 5 minutes in Hebrew, but ultimately I find it to be very moving, and I couldn't not play it. I'll read the English translation so that those of you who do not understand Hebrew have a sense of what's being said. But I also invite everyone, whether you understand Hebrew or not, to listen and hear what is being communicated, even if the words are gibberish to you. A few notes before I read the translation. Be'eri, it's called Kinat Be'eri, Lamentation of Be'eri. And Be'eri means my well. It's also, Be'eri is the name of one of the kibbutzim that was attacked on October 7th. And so there's this play on words going on here. And for those who may not remember, the October 7th massacres took place on Simchat Torah, the end of the Jewish holiday season, when we celebrate finishing reading the Torah and then beginning it again. So there are also references to that day, which should have been a joyous day of Torah that then turned into tragedy. I'll share my screen for the translation, and this time I actually think I will share my screen properly. So let's see. This is the translation of the Kina. Oh, how has my well become my grave, and my day of light become my darkness, and every fruit destroyed, and my song overthrown. My eyes fill with water from the depths of my despair. Oh, how is my Torah arrayed in order in all her glory, not able to help, and on her beautiful festival, my image was destroyed. My eyes fill with water from the depths of my despair. Oh, how was it that Israel, on the day she cried to God and asked for life, received terror, elder and babe wallow in blood, and a cruel enemy desecrates her feast. My eyes fill with water from the depths of my despair. Oh, how are mothers and children and young girls brought into captivity as in the days of pogroms, and the fences are broken for the sheep of the righteous, and the dancing is ended, and the songs of my singers, my eyes fill with water from the depths of my despair. Oh, how long, I wonder, Creator on high, how long will the people be in terror? How long will the earth be humiliated? Now arise to light my lamp, and with your spring of mercy, heal my despair, and my eyes brimming with water will fill my well. So now, Mara, if you could play the Akina.
This website, My Jewish Learning, is doing a day of learning all during the day. It's just live.
והושחת כל פרי ונהפך אל שירי אני נובע מים מעומק שברי איך התורה ערוכה וסדורה וכל פארה לא עמד לעזרה וביום הדרה הושחת את הרים אני נובע מים מעומק שברי איך ישראל ביום כרועם וחיים שואל ומהומה קיבל זקן ועולל בדם מתגולל וחגו חילל אויב אכזרי אני נובע מים מעומק שברי איך האימהות וילדות ונערות השתימו לחוק כביבי פרעות ונפרצו גדרות צאן ישרות ופסקו מחולות ונגינות משוררים אני נובע מים בעומק שברי ואיך אתמר בורר אומה עד אן אומה תהיה מהומה עד אן קומה תושפל אדמה ועתה קומה להאיר נרי ובעין רחמך תרפא שברי ואני הנובעת תשקה בארי ואני הנובעת תשקה בארי
So I don't know if I can end on a hopeful note. We'll see what will happen, but I do want to end my section this day of learning with a Mishnah from Tractate Pirkei Avot, Ethics of the Fathers. Uniquely, this tractate is not focused on halacha, on Jewish law. Instead, it's focused on sayings and ethical teachings. I'll read the English. 10 wonders were wrought for our ancestors in the temple. 1, no woman miscarried from the odor of the sacred flesh. 2, Sacred flesh never became putrid. The sacred flesh is the offerings for the sacrifices in the temple. 3, no fly was ever seen in the slaughterhouse. 4, no omission occurred to the high priest on the Day of Atonement. 5, the rains did not extinguish the fire of the woodpile for offering sacrifices. 6, the wind did not prevail against the column of smoke emanating from the temple. 7, no defect was found in the omer, a grain offering, or in the 2 loaves, or in the showbread. 8, the people stood pressed together, yet bowed down and had enough room. 9, never did a serpent or scorpion harm anyone in Jerusalem. 10, and no person said to their fellow, "This place is too congested for me to lodge overnight in Jerusalem." This is a very nostalgic Mishnah, one that wants us to believe in the good old days when the temple was standing. The good old days are, of course, never as perfect as we like to think, and this is a particularly idealized version. But I also find there's something charming about its practicality. It addresses the unstated question of how great, how holy could Jerusalem have been when animals were being sacrificed more or less constantly. The smells, the flies, the crowding must have been terrible. But the reason that I kept coming back to this Mishnah when thinking about today is not because I think it describes a reality that existed, but because it describes a longing for an ideal that I can understand. After 2 years of this terrible and endless war, I too long for this Jerusalem that, in spite of human nature and Mother Nature, has at its core life. The smells of death, the physical signs of death and decay don't exist, and new life is able to come into being. A place where no one has to worry about danger because the serpents and scorpions, literal and, in my reading, metaphorical, don't bite. And there's enough room for everyone. So may we here in Israel and everyone around the world merit to see this longing for an ideal world become our lived reality. May the memories of those who perished on this day be for a blessing. And may all the hostages come home as soon as possible.
Amen. Thank you so much, Rabbi. And as we have 2 minutes before our next session, I just want to thank you again for bringing both these Mishnahot and that beautiful kina. And I was just reflecting during the video that the orchestra started off as one person, more people brought music into the place, and they could have been anywhere. They could have been at the beach. They could have been at one of the many beautiful places in Eretz Yisrael. And they were in a Beit Midrash, and I found that to be very meaningful as we join at this virtual Beit Midrash together. So thank you for bringing that video and the Torah that accompanied it.
Thank you. Someone just asked where to find the video. I'll put a link again to my source sheet from both the Kaddish Minyan and now, and the video is included in that source sheet. So just one moment and I'll put the link up.
Thank
And
you.
thank you all for being here and remembering with me.
Thank you. And we have on deck who I will ask to unmute, Rabbi Lauren Tuchman, who has been a long time my Jewish learning writer and contributor and a Jewish educator. There's no real introduction that I think gives Rabbi Lauren an appropriate title, but we will hear your voice hopefully in a minute. Are you able to unmute, Rabbi? Thank you all for your patience. Beautiful.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. And thank you again.
Oh,
for that
excellent.
question.
Okay, I was having a difficult time unmuting for a second. Phew. Shana Tova, everyone. Thank you really so much for having me today as part of this incredibly important day of learning and commemoration of October 7th. And I just want to begin where our last session just ended by reiterating, may the memories of all who perished on October 7th be for a blessing, and may we see the release of all of the hostages as soon as possible. Amen v'amen. And I wanted to also just apologize up front. I don't know if it's audible for all of you, but I'm getting over a pretty nasty cold, so I apologize in advance. I don't have full voice today.
You
So
sound
thank you.
great. Refuah shlema, but
Awesome.
no worries on our end.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. That's good to know. Thank you so much. So I wanted to, because we're going to be learning Mishnayot in memory of those who perished on October 7th and in its aftermath, I actually wanted to get us started at the beginning of the Mishnah and bring a couple of Mishnayot from the first parak of Masechet Brachot, which is a tractate of Mishnah. It's actually in the order of Mishnah called Zeraim, which literally means seeds. It's agricultural law, and it's the only order. It's the only tractate of Mishnah in that order of Mishnah that has a corresponding tractate of Gemara. So just to quickly broaden our scope a moment, the Mishnah has 6 orders. And an order basically means it's known as a seder, which is a word that probably folks are familiar with from Pesach. But seder literally just means order. And these different orders of Mishnah have multiple masechtot or tractates in them. And each of those masechtot is about a particular area of Jewish legal focus. So just as we were saying as our earlier session just ended, most Mishnayot have something to do with halacha, with Jewish law in one way or another. And Mishnah Brachot, generally speaking, is focused on the laws of prayer and the laws of blessings, which is where it gets its name. And it's put into the order of Zeraim for some reason, the order of agricultural law. I'm not quite sure why that is, but that's where it is. And it begins, the Mishnayot begin with a discussion of when one says the morning, when one says the evening and the morning Shema. Now, just as a note, you'll see if there's a source sheet for this. And the Mishnah that I'm bringing you, the translation and interpretation from Sefaria, I believe is the Steinsaltz, which includes a lot of commentary and explanation, which can be really supportive and helpful, but I just want to name that that's part of the translation. So I'm going to do a bit of a summation, and you have the source sheet there. And I'm also going to use this as an opportunity to think about, texts of hope and healing, sort of to tie these opening Mishnayot to these themes of really remembering the Neshamot who passed away, who were tragically murdered on October 7th, really bringing this learning as a balm for their Neshamot and for their families and for all of us impacted in one way or another. So we begin by asking the question, when is the proper time to recite the evening Shema? And you might wonder, why is this a topic of such importance? And why are the rabbis going to get really specific about this question? And part of it is because in the rabbinic imagination, after the temple was destroyed, and after the second temple was destroyed in 70 of the Common Era in Yerushalayim, there had already been preceding that movement of folks who were beginning to think about Jewish expression in ways that were not so dependent on the temple. So we just had, I think this is such a good segue, because the Mishnah we just learned before this from Pirkei Avot is a very famous Mishnah about ways in which during the time the temple stood, Yerushalayim had all these miracles upon it, including that there were no flies in the slaughterhouse and that it was plenty of room for everyone. And even still, I think that there were folks who were trying to figure out, like, what does it mean to do Jewish, not so dependent on the temple? And that became even more salient once the temple was no longer standing. So there was a movement of folks who eventually were known as rabbis, which started out in Yavna, which is a city in the north of Eretz Yisrael, and it is where the Mishnah really was compiled. The Mishnah, which we're going to be learning from today, was compiled around the 2nd century in the Galil, in the north of Eretz Yisrael. And the questions that the rabbis were really interested in is, how do you take these sacrifices that were performed every day, and how do you put them into a portable religious practice that can be carried with people, both outside of the land, but also importantly in the land, for people who were not able to easily get to the temple. Because the thing to remember is that it wasn't so simple to just get to Yerushalayim. That's why we have, and I feel it's appropriate because of course Sukkot is starting very soon. That's why we have these pilgrimage festivals where people were obligated to travel to the Beit HaMikdash, to the temple, because that wasn't an easy thing for folks to do. So that is a bit of a digression. I'm going to go back to the Mishnah. The rabbis are asking, why, when is the appropriate time to recite the evening Shema, the time in the time that one would recite the Shema in the evening, and they're going to go through a variety of opinions. And the first opinion cited is from the time when the Kohanim enter to partake of their teruma. So I apologize, I did not bring this directly on the source sheet, but I did want to spend a little bit of time with this particular clause. And so, what is the truma? The truma was an offering that was a gift offering that the people would bring, and the Kohanim took part of it. And it first makes its appearance in the Torah, actually in Parashat Truma, which is in the book of Exodus, chapter 25. This is a really famous passage of the very lengthy, multiple chapters of Torah that go into incredible detail about how the Mishkan, the portable sanctuary in the wilderness, was constructed. And the Torah goes into extraordinary and excruciating detail about all of the different implements that were used, and all of the different ways in which measurements had to be exact, and how you built every implement, and how you built the actual structure. But ultimately, everything rests on this notion of truma, on this notion of freely given offerings, which comes from the Hebrew root resh vav mem, to raise up. And we're told in the Torah that at the time of the Mishkan's construction, the people gave so generously that it got to the point where actually gifts had to be turned away. So, halavai, that's the experience that we all have in our lives, that there's such generosity that ultimately got to the point where Hashem was like, I've got too much material. And so I think it's really beautiful that this Mishnah begins, the very first Mishnah in the entire Mishnah. And it begins by citing an opinion that the evening Shema can be recited from the time at which the Kohanim enter to partake of the Truma. And I think it's also really important, there's an explanation here on the source sheet, of course, that saying the Shema is so critically important because it is it's accepting the yoke of the kingdom of heaven. It's really the underlying foundation upon which all other mitzvot are subsequently placed. It's the center of everything, right? The Shema is our most important prayer in lots of ways. It comes with us. It carries through our lives. It's present for us when we awake, when we go to sleep. It's the last thing we customarily say when we are reaching the end of our lives. Like it's very, very present, and it's encompassing of really all that we are, and all that we are as people trying to live lives of deepest integrity and uprightness, which I think is something that I've really been carrying with me since October 7th of, what is one of the ways to make all of the memories of the lives of those who were tragically lost on that day a bracha? How do I live my life with the greatest degree of integrity and uprightness? And that's part of, I think, what the Shema calls us into. It's reminding us, Shema Yisrael, listen Israel, pay attention Israel. Hashem is God, Hashem alone. We're all part of this wider expanse of oneness, that we have this larger We're part of something larger than ourselves. We have obligations beyond ourselves. We have obligations to our communities. We have obligations to Hashem. We have obligations to the world and to one another. And how do we live in alignment with that? And so I want to keep continuing sort of with that, but bearing in mind, I think that there's something really beautiful about this first opinion that the Shema that acceptance of mitzvot can begin to be recited in the evening from the time when the Kohanim enter to partake of their truma, from the time that the Kohanim start to partake of the offerings that the people freely left for them of their will. Now, of course, you also have the daily Tamid offerings, which are part of that as well, which happened twice a day in the temple. And now the rabbis are going to ask, so that's great. We can start there. We can start with the time in which the Kohanim enter to partake of their truma, but that's a relatively short window of time. So the rabbis are like already attentive, and I love this about them. They're already attentive to the fact that like human beings are human beings, and we're not always going to do things at the most optimal moment. So they ask, when does the time for the recitation of the evening Shema extend? Until the end of the first watch. And so when we're going to get into a little bit of explanation here, the nights were divided classically into these 3 watches. We're going to leave that to the side for now because it's getting a little more technical. But what we're going to look at instead is this next piece, which is that the Torah notes in the very well-known V'ahavta paragraph in Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 7, that when we recite the evening Shema is the time that we lie down, that we're physically lying in bed, physically about to go to sleep. The idea in this Mishnah is that the position of the body lying down is actually quite literal. And so when, as it says here, this explanation, when individuals go to sleep, so rather than saying, I'm going to recite the evening Shema, let's say at, when I say Ma'ariv, and it's going to still be a couple until I go to sleep. Actually, here, the evening Shema, instead, you recite upon physically getting into bed and getting ready for sleep. And what's really interesting here also is that there is a custom that people will actually recite something called Shema al Mitah, which is the bedtime Shema, which is separate from classically, according to halakha, you recite the Shema in the morning and the evening in Ma'ariv. There are blessings that surround the Shema. And then in addition to that, as people actually are preparing for sleep, as it says here in the text, they will recite Shema al Mitah, the bedtime Shema. So that is an opinion we just read from Rabbi Eliezer. And the rabbis, so a large anonymous group, argue that the recitation of Shema extends until Chatzot. So again, we're getting really technical. First, we were talking about the Shmora Rishonah, the first watch, and now we're moving into Chatzot. Chatzot, for our purposes, is what is known as rabbinic midnight. The rabbis have a whole way of talking about times. We're not going to go into that for now, just because that'll get pretty technical. But really quickly, they divide the time from dawn until dusk into roughly 12 equal portions. And each of those 12 is an hour. So midnight is halfway between the time of Shkia or sunset or nightfall and the time of dawn. So that's how the rabbis are figuring that time out. But then we have, so that's another opinion. Then we have yet another opinion. Rabban Gamliel famously says you can recite Shema until dawn, and therefore the idea of reciting Shema while laying down is actually in reference to the entire duration of time that a person could be sleeping in their bed, lying down throughout the night. And what's interesting here is it says the Mishnah relates that Rabban Gamliel practiced in accordance with his ruling, and there was an incident, and this is what's really fun about this Mishnah. Jewish law is very practical in lots of ways. There was an incident where Rabban Gamliel's sons returned very late from a wedding hall. So they were out at a party one night, and they say to him, "Oh no, we were so preoccupied with the celebrating of the groom and the bride. we did not recite Shema. And he said to them that if the dawn has not yet arrived, you are still obligated to recite Shema. And since Rabban Gamliel's opinion disagreed with that of the rabbis, he explained to his sons that the rabbis actually agree with him, and that it is not only with regard to the halakha, the recitation of Shema. Sorry about that. I'm getting a little tied up in the longer explanation here, but basically, there's a very lengthy technical explanation, which some may find interesting and others can just feel free to put to the side. But the rabbis are trying to figure out, like, when can you recite Shema in the evening? And I think really here, even though it's getting extraordinarily technical, there are a couple of things that I want to take out of this text that I think can really bring us a little bit of practical application and also maybe a little bit of ease. I also don't know that I can move towards a completely hopeful place in this moment, but maybe a little bit more ease. Which is that the rabbis really believe deeply that religious action matters on a cosmic scale. And it's really easy, especially with this kind of text, with this opening Mishnah. We'll be looking at a couple of other Mishnayot, time permitting. It's really easy with this particular text to say, well, that's all fine and good to say the rabbis think that that religious acts are really meaningful on a larger level, but here they are going into extraordinarily granular detail about precise times and figuring out halakhic, what are known as zmanim, halakhic times, which some people still really do follow in terms of prayer and other things. But ultimately, why does any of that matter? Like, why does one need to go into all of that detail? And I think that part of what's going on here is that the rabbis really are both contiguous and discontiguous with what came before. So as I said earlier, the Mishnah is a compilation of oral law that was compiled in the centuries after the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 of the Common Era, but largely also was not only derived after that destruction, it also had things that were extant during the Temple period, and some of it was oral tradition passed down, and there's a lot more to go into about the Mishnah's compilation. But the rabbis are trying to figure out, we have this central system that no longer exists because the temple no longer exists. How do we meaningfully replicate it in a way where our people will continue to be able to take hold of Torah, to continue to be able, excuse me, continue to be able to accept al malchut shamayim every day, twice a day, continue to be part of this broader people when the center has fallen out, when the place where all the religious activity happened is no longer, and when people are dispersed not only throughout the land itself, but beyond it. So, in their incredibly detailed explanation and exploration of the timing, I think they're really trying to get at a much bigger question, which is like, do my individual actions, absent a collective possibility of sacrifice, right? The tamid is no longer brought, the daily offerings, because the temple's no longer extant. So, do my individual actions, does it really matter what time I say Shema in the evening or in the morning, as we'll explore in a moment? And I think actually for the rabbis, it really does, because it's again signaling that our actions really make a difference. That it's not only about al malchut shamayim, it's not only about accepting the yoke of the commandments, it's also about deciding that I'm going to bind myself to community. And that's why I wanted to start with this Mishnah, because the Shema is one of those things that we know is so central to who we are. And I know that probably many of us can think of stories, whether they're folk tale, like whether they're, true, or whether they're those kind of stories that we just hear over time and can't quite attribute. But I am sure that all of us have some story of a role that the Shema played in our lives in a much grander way, not only in the recitation of Shema and prayer, but also in terms of affirming identity, affirming connection. And that's what the rabbis, I think, are really getting at through this particular mechanism of halachic decision making, which was a tool and is a tool of thinking about how we are in relationship. And so I just always want to bring that out as like a way of understanding halakha, that it's not just this dry, rote, here's when you can and here's when you can't. And also to the point that we looked at a little earlier around Rabbi Gamliel's sons at this party. They're out having a really good time at a wedding, and they are doing another mitzvah which is implied here. And that other mitzvah that they're doing is bringing joy and gladness to the couple getting married, which is a very important mitzvah in Judaism as well. And so what happens when you're engaged in mitzvah and therefore you don't have time to do another mitzvah? And I think here, Rabban Gamliel gives them this much wider expanse of time to say, oh, it is entirely possible for you to still do this mitzvah, even and especially when you were engaged in another mitzvah. You have not lost the opportunity to engage in the mitzvah of Omachut Shemayim. And I think that's important to name because the halacha in this case is also just aware of the fact that we are living lives in the world and you can't always do things at precise moments. Judaism is very interested in the sanctification of time, as we have experienced this holiday season and will continue to do so. And there's also an understanding of there are ways in which there can be extended windows of time when needed. So I wanted to very quickly, time permitting, scroll to the third Mishnah, beginning with Beit Shammai and Beit Hillel disputed. We're going to skip the second Mishnah on the morning Shema, but I encourage you to look at that on your own. I'll just do a quick reading of this. Beit Shammai and Beit Hillel disputed the proper way to recite Shema. So again, we're getting back to the question of what is your physical position what does the physical position your body needs to be in so that you can recite Shema properly with kavanah. So Beit Shammai is a more stricter school of halakha. They say one should recite Shema in the manner indicated in the text of Shema itself. So therefore, in the evening, a person should recline on his, her, or their side and recite Shema in fulfillment of the verse. And in the morning, you should be standing upright in fulfillment of that verse in the Vahafta. And what I love here, and what I wanted to end with, is Beit Hillel says, and Beit Hillel is the more lenient school of halakha, and that's the school that we mostly follow today. A person should recite Shema as they are, and they may do so in whatever position is most comfortable for them, both day and night. And then Beit Hillel brings a verse, as it is stated, as walking along the way. And when one is neither standing nor reclining, so Beit Hillel basically says here, without going into this wider technical explanation, Beit Hillel says, whatever position you're in is the position you can say Shema in, whatever is most available or comfortable for you. And I wanted to just end there because I think that that is a beautifully inclusive understanding of the function that the Shema gives us, which, as we've said, is all Malchut Shemayim, acceptance of the kingdom of heaven, of the yoke of mitzvot. And so whichever position you're in for that is the position to be in. Whether you're standing, you don't necessarily have to follow in Deuteronomy 6. It's very literal. You shall recite Shema when you are lying down, when you rise up, when you're walking along the way, when you're at home. It's very, very literal in that way. But Beit Hillel is saying, that literal understanding can be read much more expansively to say, like, Shema is with us all the time. We recite it at these specific windows of time every day, but actually it's very much here, very much present for us. And so I wanted to end by just naming that and to say, like, access to, Jewish wisdom and teaching and lifting up the ways in which we can really take hold of it wherever we are, however we are, I think is so important. And as we lift up again the memories of all of those who perished on October 7th, may their memories be for a blessing. May we do more mitzvot. May we do more mitzvot in all of the ways available to us. May we bring more goodness into the world. May we bring more chesed into the world, more loving kindness into the world, especially as it's been now 2 years and it's such a difficult time for us all. And one of the ways we can really build each other up and get through is just to bring in more goodness and chesed and mitzvot. So thank you all so much for having me today. And again, may our Torah lift the neshamot of all of those who perished on October 7th and beyond. And may we bring as much goodness into the world as we can.
Thank you. Amen. Thank you so much, Rabbi. And we've had several people come on in the last few minutes. So before I turn it over to my colleague Ben and our next presenter, Dr. Sara Ronis, I'll just take a minute to say what we're doing here. Last year, we spent the day on the anniversary of October 7th learning Mishnah, which Rabbi Lauren Tuchman just explained can be a path to honoring and lifting up the souls of our departed loved ones. And so we find ourselves 2 years into this horrific war, and we are when we were planning this year's day of learning, there was no news, and so we find ourselves in this sort of moment of hope that there may be news soon, that our hostages may be on the way home, which I hope brings some level of timeliness to what otherwise feels like never-ending atrocities. Okay, so sorry for my intermission there. I will now turn it over to my colleague Ben, who we're giving you 2 extra minutes, Dr. Ronis. I hope you're okay with that. Okay, I will turn it over to you both.
Thanks, Mara. And good morning, everybody, and welcome. It's good to see so many folks joining us this morning as we begin to move into the second hour of our program this morning. Dr. Sara Ronis is our next presenter. She is a associate professor and chair of the Department of Theology at St. Mary's University in Texas. And she's also a regular contributor to My Jewish Learning's Daf Yomi series. If you join us for any of that learning, you've probably seen her byline and her face in our regular Siyumim. And it is truly a pleasure to have her joining us this morning for the 11 a.m. slot. Dr. Ronis, thanks for being with us.
Wonderful, thank you. And thank you, Rabbi, that was really beautiful. So what I want to think about with you today in my 31 minutes is a mitzvah which some refer to as the most important mitzvah in the Jewish world, which is the mitzvah of redeeming the captives, pidyon shvuim. So I am going to share my screen, but I know there are folks who really like to have the handout for themselves. So I've just put that in the chat, I think. And Ben, maybe if other folks join us a little bit later, if you would just reshare that link a couple of times, that would be great. Okay. So the mitzvah of redeeming captives is a truly important mitzvah, and I prepared this before I heard the news about what may or may not be happening this week. But I still, in some ways, it feels even more urgent, and in some ways, it feels equally as urgent. So I know we're going to be learning Mishnah together today, and I hope that our learning in the Mishnah and all of our learning is doing powerful things for us as a community and for the souls of those who were killed on October 7th. I want to start our learning today by looking at the earliest case of Pidyon Shvuim, of the mitzvah of redeeming captives. And this is actually not in the Mishnah, it is in the Torah. And it's in a part of the Torah that, to be honest, most people don't really think about. Whenever I teach this to my students, they're always really, really surprised. And this is from Genesis 14. In Genesis 14, we're in the middle of the Abraham cycle, the stories about Abraham. And in the middle of our stories about Abraham and his powerful relationship with God and his family struggles, we get this very odd story, this interlude about a civil war that goes on between 4 regional kings and 5 regional kings. And let's look at that story together. Then the king of Sodom, the king of Gomorrah, the king of Admah, the king of Tzvoim, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar, went forth and engaged in battle in the valley of Tzidim, and they fought with the following: King Kedar Omer of Elam, King Tidal of Goyim, King Amraphel of Shinar, and King Arioch of Elasar, 4 kings against the 5 kings. And we got a little bit of background beforehand about who used to be in control and who's in control now. And there seems to be a history here of, to some extent, what we might think of today as imperialism or colonization, right? One group of kings controlling the region of another group of kings. And then the controlled group rebels, and there's a war. Now, the valley of Siddim was dotted with bitumen pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah, in their flight, threw themselves into them, while the rest escaped to the hill country. And the invaders seized all the wealth of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their provisions and went their way. And just so we all know, this is before Sodom and Gomorrah are destroyed. So they are now, it sounds like, fairly wealthy cities in this region. They also took Lot, the son of Abram's brother, and his possessions and departed, for he had settled in Sodom, right? So they take captives and they bring them back to this, we don't know where they put them, but they take these captives from their homes and their stuff, and then they leave the region. A fugitive brought the news to Abram the Hebrew, who was dwelling at the terebinths of Mamre, the Amorite, kinsman of Eshcol and Aner, who are Abram's allies. When Abram heard that his kinsman's household had been taken captive, he mustered his retainers born into his household, numbered 318, and went in pursuit as far as Dan. At night, he and his servants deployed against them and defeated them, and he pursued them as far as Chovah, which is north of Damascus. So he moves north, real north, in his pursuit of Lot. He has moved into, what is today the heart of Syria, which was not the heart of Syria then. He brought back all the possessions. He also brought back his kinsman Lot and all his possessions and the women and the rest of the people. And this is really our first story of Pidyon Shvuim in the Torah. We have someone who has taken an entire city of people who are taken captive in a large regional conflict, and Abraham goes to war with what sounds like a relatively small number of people, considering the scale of the regional war, and he seems to win. He defeats the kings and he rescues the captives. And now I'm curious, right? So, we often think about Abraham, and we think, we might think the binding of Isaac, we might think covenant with God, we might think circumcision. We usually don't think battle-scarred warrior. That's not usually in the top 5 descriptors we have of Abraham, if you sort of did a general survey. But I'm curious what strikes you about this Mishnah, about this story. What now that we're thinking about this through the lens of Pidyon Shvuyim, I'm curious what jumps out at you. And we can put those thoughts in the chat, or if you want to raise your hand, I'm sure Ben can find you and have you unmute. Anyone have any thoughts? Is this a story that we knew, or is this a new piece of the Avraham puzzle for some of us? Okay, so I'm seeing two really interesting comments in the chat, right? Lots of interesting comments, but the first two that came up is Saul Zalchendler, who noted that God does not appear in this story. That this is God will appear later in the story, in the scene in which the people thank Abraham, and Abraham makes a declaration. God does appear, but you are absolutely right. The war itself and everything that leads up to rescuing Lot and the rest of the captives does not include God. Now, Susan has noted here that Abraham appears to fight a war rather than cut a deal to get Lot back. Right, that this is not a moment for diplomacy. Right, this is a moment for conflict, right? There is a huge conflict. These people are essentially bystanders, right? Abraham is not living in one of the cities at war. Lot is, however, living in one of the cities of the war. And so he is taken as a captive of war. And Abraham, this third party, comes in and resolves it all through violence. I see a question in the chat about the number 318. Medieval commentators and actually earlier commentators as well are going to make a lot of that number. So it's going to take us a little far afield today, but if you're wondering why 318, that is a question that many readers of this text have had. So I would argue that if we are looking at this text, it sounds like when people are taken captive, you can do, right? You can, in fact, commit or engage in a conflict that maybe wasn't your conflict to begin with, and you can go to war to rescue your people. And I will note that in other parts of Genesis, Abraham cuts deals with various other political leaders, and he does not do that here. Okay, so before we all go pick up our spears, let's look at the Mishnah, because I think the Mishnah is going to offer us a very different take on this. Now, this is the famous Mishnah, famous for those who know Mishnah. And this is the Mishnah which discusses the rescue of captives. So here's the Mishnah, Gittin 4:6. The captives are not redeemed for more than their actual monetary value, for the betterment of the world. And one may not aid captives to escape for the betterment of the world. Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel says, for the betterment of the captives. And Torah scrolls, phylacteries, and mezuzot are not purchased from the Gentiles for more than their value for the betterment of the world. Okay, so let's unpack each clause of this. In the 2nd century and 3rd century, when this text would have been compiled, people could be taken captives in at least two ways. One is just like in Genesis, as a prisoner of war, right? Through a conflict, you lose the conflict, your people get taken as captives and probably enslaved. So the losing population would become enslaved to the winning population. The other way that someone could be taken a captive is through kidnapping and piracy. And not always piracy on the sea, right? Land piracy as well. I don't know what you call that, but kidnapping, I guess, in order to make money off of ransoms or to sell people in the slave markets. So people being taken captive is a thing that the rabbis who wrote this Mishnah really knew about. And because they lived in a society which was in some ways economically built on slavery, they also probably knew people who were enslaved because they had been taken captive, right? Either through a war or in piracy and then sold. They may have even had some of those people as enslaved people in their own households. So this is not theoretical. And here in Mishnah Gittin, we're talking specifically about the obligation of Jewish communities to rescue Jews who've been taken captive. We know, and certainly the events of October 7th highlight for us, that even if one group is being attacked, others are collateral damage. But the Mishnah at this time is thinking about the responsibility of Jews to members of their own religious community. And the first thing that the Mishnah says is that we don't redeem captives for more than their actual monetary value, likely the monetary value calculated by the slave market, right? What would this person actually cost to buy on the slave market? Why? For the betterment of the world. Now, the phrase here, for the betterment of the world, is a phrase that is very important to many of us today. That is the phrase tikkun olam. Tikkun olam, to repair the world. Today, we use, in a sense, referring to all that is broken in the world. And for those who have signed up for the year of Zohar, we will find that tikkun olam has a particular meaning in light of Zoharic teachings, but the Zohar is written after the Mishnah. So that's not what they're thinking about here. In the Mishnah, tikkun olam really refers to the kinds of laws that keep the world running, right? The things that we need as a society to function functionally, right? Which is remarkable. Right? What do we need as a society to talk about functional, right? To talk about we're just working. All right. So we don't redeem captives for more than they're worth for the betterment of the world, right? And presumably here, what we're talking about is if I become willing to, right, if I know that if I kidnap someone, I could make $10 million and I was an unethical person who didn't care about the law or morality, I might choose to kidnap people because I want to make $10 million a person. But if I'm only going to make $250, it might not be worth the legal risk to me. Now, just to be clear, I have no intention of kidnapping anyone, but the concern here seems to be that it's going to drive up the price of captives, right? If you're willing to pay anything, then that's actually going to incentivize more people being taken captive. And you may not aid captives to escape for the betterment of the world, right? Because, and this one is sort of shocking to us, and I see folks in the chat, I see at least one person sharing a story where someone aided a hostage to escape. We think of that as a good thing. For the Mishnah seems to be concerned that if you do that, right, if kidnappers think that hostages are going to escape, then they will keep hostages in more difficult positions, right? They will keep them in chains, they will keep them hidden in tunnels because they are more difficult, right? They don't want them to escape. And Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel says it's not just for the betterment of the world in general, it's also for the betterment of the captives themselves, right? If you have a group of 5 captives who are being held together and one escapes with help, then the other 4 might be punished for being complicit in some way or might be treated worse. So I'm seeing some clarification questions in the chat. So let me just say, right, this is saying don't pay too much to get the captives back because it would be bad for the world if we paid more than captives were worth. Yeah, that's what this is saying. And Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel, right, then he says, right, and then we talk about, right, don't help captives escape because that would be bad for the world. And then the last piece of this, the last piece of this Mishnah then expands out from Jewish people. And we know from the rest of the Mishnah that this is talking about Jews. It's not in the piece that I brought you here, but it is in the rest of Mishnah Gittin, chapter 4, right? Parallels the captives with words of Torah. Torah scrolls, phylacteries, or mezuzot, right? We don't buy those from Gentiles for more than their value because that is bad for the world, right? Because and quite frankly, I think when I read this, I think about the people who rescue Torah scrolls from the Holocaust and then sell them at huge markups, which has led to a market of people who forge Torah scrolls saved from the market, saved from the Holocaust. So here we're talking about, right? Don't pay more for the things that represent God, right? Here we might think about humans created in the image of God. Here we might think about the sacred texts that have the name of God written on them. Don't pay more than they're worth, because that is going to incentivize other people to do bad things. So Rosa notes beautifully in the chat, right? It's saying to consider the greater good rather than the benefit of individuals. That's exactly what this is saying, which I want to note is maybe in line with Genesis, but may actually be a very different take on this, right? Should you do anything in the world to get your hostages back, including go to war? Or do we have to think about what is actually best for the world as a whole, not just the people I personally care about? And I'm curious, what are your thoughts and reactions now that we've looked at Mishnah Gittin? And again, you can raise your hand and Ben will find you, or you can drop them in the chat and I'll read it out. Anyone? So Susan shares a very real fear that I actually think I think the rabbis would understand, right? Wanting the hostages back and also worrying about Hamas being encouraged to take more down the line. And I see somebody else noting in the chat, right? Is this saying, right? So here they're talking about money. But what if we're talking about the value of life for life, right? Should we exchange a very large number of one side's prisoners for one prisoner on the other side, right? What do we mean when we say a high cost? Absolutely. Right. I mean, these are really challenging questions. And I will note that even today, based on this Mishnah and its long history of reception, different rabbis in Israel rule on this differently. I will also note, because I think it is important for us to note, that the state of Israel does not follow rabbinic halacha, right? It is not a Israel is not a theocracy as understood by, right, as interpreted by the rabbis. And so these are questions for us about what we think is the moral and ethical thing to do. Those may or may not be the calculi that the government officials of any state negotiating are going to be thinking about. But I do think, right, as people who care deeply about Jewish life and about life in general, these are the big questions we need to be thinking about. And what I want to highlight for us is those concerns that we have are fundamentally shared in a lot of important ways, right? How do we weigh the emotional value of one person? Or I see Elizabeth note in the chat the phrase, whoever saves a life saves the world entire, right? Saves the whole world. How do we balance that with an awareness that other people are people? And incentives can be perverse, right? We could be creating perverse incentives for people to do different things. And yes, there are famous cases of this, right, that have happened in Israel, where there were really serious debates in Israeli society about, how much do you pay in terms of other people, right, in terms of prisoners, or how much do you pay in terms of loss of life to get your hostages back, right? That is absolutely a question that we have here. Now, there is one important difference here between what Mishnah Gittin is saying and what Genesis is saying that I think we haven't highlighted, and that is the fact that Lot, who was kidnapped, Lot is Abraham's nephew. And maybe things are different when you're thinking about the community as a whole versus when you're thinking about the state, right? When you're thinking about an individual, right? Maybe the rules are different for the community as a whole, right? What do we as a community do versus what an individual can do on their own? So let's look at the Talmud's discussion of this Mishnah, right? And so here they're asking the question that we've already sort of talked around, which is, what do we mean in this specific case by tikkun olam? A dilemma was raised before the sages. This expression for the betterment of the world, right, tikkun olam, is it due to the financial pressure of the community, right? So is the concern that the rabbis have that this is going to be just too expensive for the community, right? That the community who is being asked to raise those funds, the more money they get asked to raise per captive, the more money they're not spending on charity in the community, the more money they're not spending on, paying your taxes to a hostile government that's going to come down really hard on you if you don't pay them, right? Thinking about parts of late antiquity and the medieval period. Is this about the financial cost to the community as a whole? Or perhaps it is so that they will not seize and bring additional captives, right? Is it about financial pressure of the community, or is it, well, what I had already mentioned, right? Is this that they're worried that it's going to incentivize taking more captives? So is the concern about communal expenses or about potential captives? That's the question that the Talmud is asking here. So the Talmud is going to try to bring an answer, a story, that's going to try to help them understand which of those two it is. Come in here that Levi bar Darga redeemed his daughter with 13,000 gold dinars. So Levi bar Darga, his daughter, God forbid, is taken captive, and he spends huge amounts of money. Now, I don't know how much a woman would have cost on the slave market in the time of Levi bar Darga. But I do know it would not have been 13,000 gold dinars. That is a fortune. Right. And this is his daughter. And so to him, his daughter is priceless. And he apparently has the money, but he spends 13,000 gold dinars. Now, if the concern is financial pressure of the community, we've solved it, right? He can spend however much he wants because it's not on the community, right? A rich person can spend what they want without putting a burden on anyone else, right? But if the concern is that they might take additional captives now that they know it's so lucrative, well, then he's done the wrong thing, right? So they're asking, what do we mean by tikkun olam? And they quote this story possibly to suggest, right, this story might be used to prove that the concern is financial pressure from the community, right? And so he was allowed to do this because it didn't put any financial pressure on the community. All right, I know it's a little complicated, but stay with me. Abaye said, and who told us that he acted in accordance with the wish of the sages? Perhaps he acted against the wishes of the sages, right? You're quoting this story about Levi bar Darga to prove what the rabbis meant, because you're assuming that Levi bar Darga would have followed the rabbis. But come on, people, we're people. Not everybody follows the rabbis, right? I mean, even today, how many of us genuinely follow rabbinic teaching in every aspect of our life? Not as many of us as I think these texts might assume, but even here we see, right? Abaye says we actually can't use that story to prove anything because people are complicated and they don't always follow rabbinic law and they do what they're going to do for their family. And so we can't use this story to learn what tikkun olam means. Now, what's really interesting to me about this is that the Talmud doesn't resolve whether Levi bar Darga acted well. Right? Abaye says we can't use this story to prove what tikkun olam means, but then they never discuss, did he do the right thing? Or was this actually systemically bad? And that is the Talmud, right? They raise these profound, really difficult ethical questions. They help us think through them, and then they don't give us an answer. So, if we take a big step back from all of these texts, I think we're going to notice a couple of things. We're going to notice lots of stories where people will do anything to get back their family. And we can think about family in a narrow sense. We can think about family in a broader sense. We also see a real awareness in the rabbis that, as Rosa put it in the chat, no action happens in a vacuum, right? That all of this, they are aware that any action that they take is not just going to be part of a system, but is going to help shape that system. And every action that they take has consequences. And those consequences may end up being really bad for your community. Never mind for other people, but even for your community, those consequences might be really bad. And fundamentally, these texts don't resolve the answer, right? They don't resolve it. They tell us, this is really complicated. There are lots of pieces we need to think through. And there is no easy answer. And there are, again, I will say there are lots of rabbinic authorities today in every denomination of Judaism who are really thinking through what is worth doing in situations like this, because the texts are just not clear. They are just not clear. But what I think we can take from all of these texts is a deep awareness of the interconnectedness of all people. And here I mean both all Jewish people, and I mean Jews and everyone else in the world, right? It's tikkun olam, for the betterment of the world, with an awareness that our actions are going to affect other people as well. A deep awareness for that interconnectedness. And a deep requirement, I think, to really think through the consequences of our actions, right? To not just take actions motivated necessarily by immediate emotion, perhaps with an exclusion for when it is your own immediate family, but to instead really think through what this means for the world and what is it that is going to be best for the greatest number of people. And I don't have an answer for you on that, but I do think this is a good reminder that whenever anybody tells you that there is an easy answer, they probably haven't read all of these sources and thought through them the way that we have here today. So I hope that this Torah can bring a little bit of peace and goodness to our world today. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ronis. Friends, thanks for sticking with us this morning. If you are just joining or in the last couple of minutes, we are in the midst of our day of learning today in memory of the victims of the attacks of October 7th. And without further ado, it is my pleasure to welcome our next presenter, who may be familiar to you if you are a regular consumer of my Jewish learning offerings, Rabbi Asher Lopatin, who is the Director of Community Affairs at the Jewish Federation of Greater Ann Arbor in Michigan, and the founding rabbi of Kehilat Eitz Chaim in Detroit. Rabbi Lopatin, I see you here, but I don't see your face.
I am here.
There he is. Good to see you, Asher.
Okay, good to be on with everybody. And Sara, that was so powerful. Thank you so much, really. So we're gonna shift a little bit. It actually will touch a little bit on this idea of that you mentioned at the end, Sarah, the diversity and the broad reach of humanity. And I want to look at a Mishnah, Pirkei Avot, yes, is a Mishnah, is a tractate in Seder Nezikin, in the order of damages. It's because of involvement, sort of advice for judges, but really advice for everyone to live. We're all judging, and maybe we should judge a little bit less, but we all have to make these kind of decisions, actually, as we just heard, really. And our Torah, our rabbis leave a lot to us to make those decisions. So it is very appropriate that Pirkei Avot is in this order. And I'd like to hopefully get to three different Mishnayot that will really hopefully give us a sense actually of freedom to search for ourselves and to work on our own understanding of Torah. And just thinking of all the beautiful souls that were taken from us on October 7th and subsequently amongst our people, and how so many of them were just free spirits and free thinkers. So I want to start with a Mishnah. It's in the second chapter of Avot. It's Mishnah 14. And it's we always say, rabbis always say it's a famous Mishnah. It's a famous one. But okay, it's one that I've encountered a lot, and maybe that resonates a lot with me. So we'll make it famous. And it starts with how to learn Torah. Rabbi Elazar says, Havei shekol lilmod Torah. So like wake up early to learn Torah. So one thing is eagerness in learning Torah. But then the part that I really want to focus on, da masha tashiv la'apikoros. Know what to respond to a heretic. Apikoros, Epicurean, that is the word for a heretic. And actually, Maimonides, the Rambam, in his Perush Mishnayot, in his explanation for Mishnayot, he makes a little bit of a leap. We know that Maimonides studied all sorts of different kinds of thinking, Aristotelian thinking, Islamic philosophy, and very free, really search in a very free way throughout the world, people that would probably be considered heretics. And in fact, Maimonides himself was then considered a heretic because he took in too much of this. But by some, of course, we revere him, and he kind of won that war. But so Maimonides actually takes an easy path here, and he says, what does it mean? How could the Mishnah, Pirkei Avot, tell us that the way to learn is to know what to answer to an apikoros? In fact, Rabbi Dr. Norman Lamb, who was the president of Yeshiva University, he saw this as just a legal fiction. Like, this lets you study everything. You can learn anything because you're always learning theoretically how to answer someone who is a heretic. So you got to learn everything that's out there. Maimonides is a little bit more circumspect, and he says you can learn from non-Jewish heretics. They're okay. So as long as they're Muslim or Christian or Greek or whatever it is, you can learn from them, but not from Jewish heretics. They're just rebellious and all that. So, okay, that made it kind of easy for Maimonides, because he was really in the school that really was interested in learning that. And that's not such a not such a broad-minded interpretation of this. Some of the other commentaries, a famous one, Tosud Yom Tov, says, well, you gotta be careful. Someone's gonna challenge you, always in Torah, and so you gotta be ready for challenges. So don't look for it, but if a heretic comes up to you, you gotta be able to answer him. So I want to focus on Rabbi Yisrael Lifshitz, who in sort of old school Mishnahs that you get, tractate of Mishnah, he has on the bottom the Tiferet Yisrael, the glory of Israel commentary. and actually it's sort of divided up. We'll see in a few minutes. Yachin and Boaz. He has like a more straightforward Yachin, and then Boaz is the broader, a longer interpretation. Yachin and Boaz were the two pillars the names of the two pillars that held up the temple at least in the first temple period. So he has an interpretation that resonates with me, because what he says is that this da malahashivla umasha tashivla pikors, know what to respond to a heretic, is not just a defensive bidiyeved, if it happens, Nebuch, what are we going to do? There's so many heretics outside, you got to know what to respond to them. No, it's actually, this is the way of learning Torah. The way of learning Torah is to really be able to explore the thinking of heretics. In other words, we need heretics to learn Torah. Now, what is a heretic? There's old, there are these jokes that, you got to be so learned to be a heretic. Like some person comes and says, I'm a heretic. Oh, you're not a heretic. You're just ignorant or whatever. But putting that aside, what he says is that when you're learning Torah, when you're studying something, lo dai shetzarich ata leidahatam shel davar, when you're learning Torah and you're trying to figure out, a Mishnah, a Gemara, a halacha, a law, it's not enough to study it kefi hara'oyu, kefi shemutar hayisraeli hakasher lishol. It's not good enough to follow it in your bubble. Your bubble is sort of the way you've been trained to think about things. A Yisrael hara'oi mutar lisho, like a worthy Jewish person can ask, like the typical questions. I remember when I was in yeshiva many years ago, I was thinking like, I want to ask the questions like, where is God? Is there a God? These are like, that's heretical. That's not a yeshivish question. Yeshivish question is, how does Rashi answer the question that Tosfot challenges him? So all these kind of things. How do we interpret this kind of this Mishnah or this Gemara or that kind of thing? But what the Tiferet Yisrael says is that that's not good enough. Staying in your bubble is not going to really get you to learn Torah properly. We need to get out of the bubble. And in order to do that, you have to learn and imagine at least what a heretic would be learning in this thing. What would a heretic be saying when you're trying to learn some halacha? Now, and so he doesn't mean a heretic as far as a judgment or something negative. It's someone who's willing to ask the tough questions and has not been forced into a bubble. And we need these people. We need to go out and search for people that think differently than we think. And it's always comfortable to, when you're at a meal, when you're in synagogue, at Kaddish or whatever, because I'm sure you're not talking during services, but after service, to hang out with the people that agree with you. And, of course, yeah. But what the Tiferet Yisrael is saying, he's saying that Rabbi Elazar is saying, is you got to seek people that think differently. You have to respect them. You have to cherish them, because they're the ones that are going to let you really learn Torah, that are going to challenge you to learn Torah. And I think that, in today's world, and we have so many different views politically, whether it's concerning this terrible war that Israel's had to wage against Hamas, or whether it's in America or wherever people all across the world are thinking. There's a lot of polarization, a lot of times, and it's scary to go and try to find out, what is a heretic? What is someone who really disagrees with me thinking? And not only to just find out because you're curious, but I'm really not going to understand things properly unless I search beyond the bubble. And this actually really is an interesting policy directive that the Tiferet Yisrael doesn't say, but I was told by one of my congregants, if you might have seen the movie World War Z, a zombie movie. So I'm sorry to bring zombies into a discussion of Mishnah, but kulaba, we say Torah includes everything. Well, in the book, apparently, which I have not read, World War Z, it talks about that Israel, and it's really reflecting post 73, post Yom Kippur War, where they had this conceptia that, we know we got the Arab armies, they're not going to attack us and all that, or we'll know ahead of time, or whatever it was, that conceptia, the concept. So this book talks about that there was a decision, again, this is fiction, there was a decision in the Israeli government that whenever everyone agrees on a certain point, now this we're not talking about Torah, we're talking about policy. When everyone agrees on something, you got to have someone bring the apikoros. You have to designate someone as the apikoros to challenge this view and to say, wait a second, maybe this is not true. I mean, it's a little haunting when we think about, we really don't know everything, but it's just haunting when we think about October 7th. So that's in the zombie movie, the zombie book, that Israel does it, and apparently in the war against the zombies, I don't know, I don't think they even thought about what zombies are, whatever. But I don't know what zombies are, but it was this idea that you got to think out of the box, and the only way you're going to have good policy is if you're working with people that have totally different opinions. Going back to Torah, I think that Tiferet Yisrael is saying that we're connected. If you really care about Torah, you really, I would say, really want to find out what God wants you to do, or what our tradition wants you to do, or what the rabbis want you to do, or anything like that, you have to embrace the Apikoros. So very different from Maimonides or from the Tosfot Yom Tov, the other commentators. You have to embrace the Apikoros. You have to bring them close, make them feel comfortable, make them feel honest that they can talk, and that really will be a way of understanding Torah. And I think that it's so beautiful that sometimes we think about that, your theology and Torah, this is the way I think, that really separates you from people that don't believe in it, maybe don't believe in God, don't believe in this and that. And Tiferet Yisrael is saying that ideally the true student of Torah is someone who brings in those other opinions and encourages them to speak up and to challenge. So I felt this is it's an important message for our time. And honestly, I love talking to people that totally agree with me all the time also. But, it's very important to really spread this real concept of openness to others and being outside of the bubble. When Yehoshua, back in the Torah and the Parshat B'Shalach in Exodus, has to fight Amalek. It says, Moses says, go out, say hilachem b'Amalek, go out and fight Amalek. And there, Rashi, the Midrash, says, say min ha'anan. If you're going to fight Amalek, and Amalek represents doubt, represents all sorts of things. I'm not talking about the specific nation of Amalek does not exist anymore, but just the concept of struggling in this world. Say min ha'anan. It says you got to go out of the cloud of God's glory in order to fight and to rise to the challenges of our times. You got to be broad thinking, and the Jewish people really, I hope, can model that for the rest of the world, like really thinking broadly and openly. When we think about precious lives who are lost, it really makes me think of Pirkei Avot chapter 4, Mishnah Yud Daled, Mishnah 14. Actually, that one, but I want to do another one first. Chapter 4, Mishnah 17. And that's really, we do have a concept in Judaism of the world to come. It might have, come into a kind of late, maybe in the Maccabean period, really the Second Temple period. But, there's a professor, John Levinson, who at Harvard, he talks about that, the concept of continuation to the broader world after death, life after death, is an old Torah concept. Vayasef el amav. When the Torah talks that people, when they die, they are gathered to their people. So he says that's an early Torah concept, right from the start. But in any case, the Mishnah in Pirkei Avot says something very revolutionary. It says, Hu Hayamer, this is Rabbi Yaakov, would say, Yafei sha'a achat b'tshuva u'masim tovim ba'olam hazeh mikol chayei ha'olam haba. I want to read the whole Mishnah. He says that 1 hour of being able to do tshuva, of repentance and good deeds in this world is yafeh. Yafeh is kind of a little bit of weak. Nice is better in some sense than the eternity of the world to come. Mikol chayei haolam haba. Now he says, I want to finish this Mishnah. We'll go back to this point. Yafei shachat shel korat ruach ba'olam haba. He says 1 hour of peace of mind in the world to come is better. Mikol chayei haolam hazeh. Feels better than all of this world. So we do pray that those who have left us, those who were taken from us on October 7th or any other time, are resting in peace and are having korat ruach and are having, whatever it is, the calm that comes in the world to come. And that is, that's an amazing time. But going back to the beginning of this Mishnah, it really says that Judaism is focused on this world. What can we do in this world? What can we do to make this world better? And if we can do, one good deed, 1 hour of good deeds in this world is in some ways more important than the whole world to come. I mean, that is such a powerful idea. And, we don't always have these moments when we can do masim tovim, we can do something really good and really important. But when you have that opportunity to think about that, that's matching the world to come. Of course, and when we think about many of these lives and when we read about what they did, and many of them very short lives, they accomplish amazing, beautiful things in their lives, and that has an eternal impact. And I want to touch on the other point here is this idea of sha'achat b'tshuva umasim tovim. That what tshuva means, repentance, that means that you did something wrong, and going in this world, in our world where we're human, where we make mistakes, and we can do tshuva, and we have that opportunity of correcting our mistakes. That's incredible. That's something that you cannot do in the world to come. The world to come is the perfect world. Is our rabbis describe it as being neheneh miziv hashchina. In the world to come, you're enjoying the brilliance of God's presence, and there's a lot written about the world to come. But in this world, this messy world of tshuva, where there's this gift of repentance that you can really change, and our tradition says that there's donot naso zechuyot, that the mistakes we have somehow they're through tshuva, through repentance, they are transformed into zechuyot, into merits. That miracle of repentance that we have in this world is incredibly valuable, incredibly powerful. And when we think about October 7th, and we think about where Israel is standing now, and whatever our politics are, whatever, there is this hope that things will change, that there will be a time of peace in our lifetime, and that things will turn around and attitudes will change and behaviors will change. And it's sort of saying that don't give up on this world. Don't give up. This world has the potential to be incredible, and it lifts us from not being from a moments of depression and moments of we feel futility. And this Mishnah says there's things you can do in this world that are more powerful than the next world. At the end of the portion of Va'et, which is in Deuteronomy, which is the portion where we get we hear about the Ten Commandments again. We hear about Shema Yisrael. The last words of that parsha is Hayom La'asotan, that today is the day when you can do the deeds. A lot of rabbis give this drasha. I'm just coming off of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, where, if you've been in shul, so a lot of times one of the last things is Hayom, 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 Hayom. This thing about today. Today is the moment to do things, not to wait for the world to come. But today, again, in this very messy, imperfect world, is the day when we can really do things. I want to just do the last Mishnah to go back to in the same chapter 4. This is Mishnah Yodaled, which is really one of my favorite Tiferet Yisrael. So this commentary, the Tiferet Yisrael, he's sort of a revolutionary. He was very in the 19th century. Again, he's in every yeshiva and every, you'll find this classic, I'll put it up here, this classic Tiferet Yisrael version. It's old school. Now you have Sefaria and you have, all this Kahati in English and everything, so it's old school. Blackman has an English commentary, but in the old school, so it's fascinating that here is a thinker who was not branded as an apikoros, and he loved apikorosim, he loved heresy, and he's still part of our tradition. It's always amazing. That's sort of what Nachmanides did for the Ibn Ezra. And the Ibn Ezra was really took a lot of risks. He's a medieval commentator, and rejected a lot of traditions, midrashim, and probably would have been cast out. But Nachmanides says, he calls Ibn Ezra Miktanei Hamunah. Oy, Ibn Ezra, who's a small of faith, little of faith, but he keeps him in the Jewish tradition, thank God. And that's sort of, I'm not sure he would say Ibn Ezra's an apikoros, but we have to work on keeping the troublemakers part of our community and part of our tradition. They're critical. So the Tiferet Yisrael it has a very interesting interpretation that I think is very not consistent with the pshat, with maybe the direct meaning that you would have. This is from Rabbi Nahorai, again, chapter 4, Mishnah 14. Rabbi Nahorai says, Havei gola lamakom Torah. So go to Galut, exile yourself to a place of Torah. So normally I think the interpretation would be, get out of this, go to a place where you can learn Torah properly. So he has a very interesting interpretation. He says, what it means is you have to leave aviv ve'imo mishpachto. If there are young people listening to this, always ask your parents about this first. But he says, leave your home, leave the nest. Kol machmadei revach hatzeroktav. Where your parents, give you everything you need, and everyone around you takes care of you. You got to get out of it. And even though it's so difficult to do this, and it's like a baby leaving his mother, nursing from his mother, this is the good thing to do. And he sort of says, I don't know if this is true, says that when you're planting, the seed has to fly away, right? We have all these plants where the seeds, where nature works in getting the seed to go away. Even I think bees, in pollination and spread it around, cross-pollination. It's important not to stay in a makom in the same place. I remember arguing with my chavruta. I learned in yeshiva in Chicago at Brisk, and then I went to Boston University, and it was a little argument. Should you stay in the yeshiva or go out? I wouldn't say BU in Boston is the biggest exile ever, but my argument was that you got to get out. You got to get out. And then he talks about, he goes listing a lot of things. And he says you won't really flourish unless you, for some point, leave where you grew up. Rak makom she'eino makom moladato. This is very American, by the way. Yet that we want people to leave. Leave the home in Europe or wherever it is, and come to America. And then, in fact, there are arguments that America's success has been because people didn't stay in one place and really were able to move around. So, look, it's interesting that the Tiferet Yisrael in Europe says that. And then the other things he says is, oh my gosh, your friends of youth that you had. And we have these friends that have been with us for decades and decades. Shesimchu nafsho b'shacharit yamav. The friends that you had, you got to move on and not give up those friends, but to find new friends, new people. And this goes back to the first thing we really talked about, that it's so important to get out of the bubble, really. And, I'll admit I'm modern Orthodox, and a lot of modern Orthodoxy is very much, I'm giving a little bit of a philosophy of modern Orthodoxy of getting out of the bubble and going and finding different people to hear. But I think in today's world, that's so important. I think back again to the so many lives of people that left Tel Aviv, Gush Dan, and went out to live in the kibbutzim and the communities around Gaza, the kids who left the home and wanted to go to a Nova festival, and these incredible free spirits that sacrifice so much for really Havigol Makom Torah. I'm not sure they would say we're going to learn Torah, but they really were. They really were capturing the adventure that really should be part of our people and part of what Torah is around. And yes, it's very easy to stay close to home and to have the support from home and the kids we grew up with. And it's a blessing to have them. It's not taking you away from that. It's not but you got to have new experiences. And so, I really it might take away, he says, Beveit Aviv Yishaer Tamid Yeled. You're always going to remain a child unless you can break away from, where you grew up and go out. And it's not saying leave the tradition. I grew up basically modern Orthodox and I'm still modern Orthodox. It's kind of boring. But within that context of loving where you grew up and who you grew up with, also the idea of adventure, that Torah should be a Torah adventure and life should be an adventure. So as we think about those precious souls that we lost, and we think about their sense of adventure and their sense of trying new things, I hope we can continue their path and be inspired by them and everything they tried for. And they tried for peace so much, and they tried for a different way of this world. But for their sake, let's not give up on this world. There are incredible things we can do in this world to follow in their footsteps. And I hope that that the amazing things we do will bring us to a world of peace and a world where we can all appreciate the gifts we have to give to each other. So it's been a real privilege, Ben. Thank you so much, and to my Jewish Learning, and I want to bless you all with peace and wholeness and adventure.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Lopatin, and thanks to everybody for being with us this day. I am going to hand it off now to my colleague, Gabe Friedman, who will lead us into the next hour and introduce our next presenter. Gabe?
Hey, everybody. Some of you might know me from other online things. Good to see familiar faces. I'm so happy to be here and to introduce Rabbi Elliot Goldberg, who I will find in here in a second. And spotlight. Let me see if I can hear you. I just want to find you and spotlight you.
No worries.
There you are. Okay, take it away, Rabbi.
Okay. Thank you, Gabe. Thank you, My Jewish Learning, for convening us this day in study. And I've been on for about an hour, so I just yashar koach to my colleagues, Dr. Sara Ronis and Rabbi Lopatin, who I get to learn with a lot, mostly as we finish books of the Masechtot of the Talmud. And here we're gathered on October 5th to mark October 7th. And I actually want to start with a calendrical note, but I'm going to jump a little far and then come back to this day. We just finished Yom Kippur not so long ago. Yom Kippur is the one fast day. If it falls on Shabbat, it stays on Shabbat. But Yom Kippur is called Shabbat, Shabbaton in the Torah. It's like the Shabbos of Shabbases. While we don't often fast on Shabbat, because Shabbat's a day of feasting and celebration in part, because Yom Kippur is the greatest of Shabbatot, despite sometimes some tension between a celebratory Shabbat and the seriousness of a Yom Kippur, when Yom Kippur falls on Shabbat, we leave them paired together. That happens occasionally in our cycle, calendrical cycle. As opposed to that, every other fast day, any other fast day, if it falls on Shabbat, it gets bumped to the day after, to Sunday. And that's true for Tisha B'Av, which happens over the summer, a day in which we mark the destructions of the temples and other things as well. Because we have a sense that we, in order to properly address the themes of the day, when two days fall on the same day with clashing themes, we try to separate them out. And so if Tisha B'Av is on Shabbat, we mark we mark our observance of Tisha B'Av on the 10th of Av, and we spend the next day, instead of Shabbat, remembering the temple, etc., and the other events of the day, etc., etc., etc. And for me, thinking about this day, not today, October 5th, but which is the stand-in for October 7th, which of course in its first moment happened on Shmini Atzeret and Simchas Torah in Israel, a day of destruction, a day of just such violence that befell our people, happened on a day where we're supposed to be happy. Sukkot as an extended holiday is the holiday in the Torah for which the Torah says, right, we have an obligation to be happy, right? Right? You should celebrate this day and you should be happy. And that goes into Shmini Atzeret, which is connected to Sukkot, and which in Israel, where the events of October 7th happened, it wasn't only Shmini Atzeret, it was also Simchat Torah, where we celebrate finishing our study of Torah and the starting of it again. And there's a way in which, for the last few years, as I think about Shmini Atzeret and Simchas Torah, like my joy is diminished on the holiday because it's a connection to the events of October 2nd, which coincided in that first year. This year, October 7th falls on the holiday of Sukkot, not Shmini, right, earlier in the holiday than the original October 7th. And it strikes me as appropriate that we moved our we separated our celebration of the holiday of Sukkot, a holiday of joy, and our marking of October 7th by marking October 7th on October 5th. And it seems to me an appropriate move to shift our observance of one day on a different day because of how the calendar coincides, how the calendar lays out this year. And of note, that makes me think about how in Israeli society and in Jewish culture around the world, right, we call October 7th based on the secular day, not based on the date in the Hebrew calendar. In part, that creates a calendrical separation by marking this day of destruction on the secular calendar, not on the Jewish calendar, which echoes, I think, a decision that was made about when we mark the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin. We do that on the secular date, not on his Jewish yurtzeit, in part because Rabin's family objected to using the Jewish calendar to mark a day in which the Prime Minister of Israel was killed by a fellow Jew, and had objections to marking that Jewishly and wanted to mark the day, but do it on the secular date. This time, for different reasons, we separate the two. With those thoughts in my mind, I'm going to turn us to a Mishnah in a second, but one other thing I want to put out before I jump into the text, which is up until 2 days ago, as I was preparing for this day, my mindset was about, we're 2 years into this, the tragedy of the war that's so difficult, that's 2 years long, the suffering of the victims, the suffering of the hostages, and find myself with mixed emotions pulling in different directions as they're, for the first time in these two, maybe not the first time, but we're at a potentially hopeful moment in that there is a peace plan on the table. There is a possibility that the facts on the ground and the reality of what's happening is going to change. Not that that will undo the suffering that we and people in Israel and around the world have had connected to what happened on October 7th, but the fact that some things might change, and moving forward, whatever that will mean might happen, I think is in my head on this day, even as we mark the darkness of the day. There is a light maybe to lead us forward. And I want to say that as well as part of the mixture of emotions that I'm feeling. With that being said, I want to turn us to a Mishnah from Masechet Sukkah, the holiday that's coming, that talks about not a calendrical challenge, but a different challenge about when you stop or temper your celebration of the day. I'm going to share my screen. I hope I'm able. Oh, yes, I can do that. Thank you, Abe, for that. And I have this page here from Safaria for us to follow along. There are a few things in the Mishnah here. I'm going to read through it all once and then go back and talk about the different parts, but I want you to hear the whole thing. So Kol Shivat Yamim Adam Oses Sukkato Keva Veto Arai. All 7 days of Sukkot, a person makes their sukkah, their permanent residence, and their house a temporary. Right? Sukkot, the holiday of Sukkot, which is in part about experiencing the temporary shelters that biblically our people experience as they travel through the desert. It's a shift from leaving our permanent houses and entering temporary ones. There are lots of themes that come out of that. I'll talk to some of them in a minute. But the notion is, during these 7 days, we uproot ourselves from where we live permanently, move to somewhere temporary, and those temporary residences become our permanent ones. Then a question comes up. Yarduk Shamim, Eimatai Mutar Lefanot. If it rains, from when you're allowed to leave the sukkah. As someone who grew up in Chicago, and it wasn't always the rain that was the issue in my family. It was what we even had the question, what if it snows on Sukkot? The rabbis of the Mishnah who lived in the land of Israel didn't have to deal with snow so much, or even at this time of the year. In my family, my Aunt Sylvia used to say, no matter what, we do Kaddish in the sukkah, and then if it's snowing, we go inside, or if it's raining too. The rabbis give us the following answer: Misha Tisrach HaMikveh. From the time when your porridge could be spoiled, right? If the inclement weather, if the rain is hard enough that the food that you're eating, the porridge that you're eating would be spoiled by the addition of the rain that falls into it, you're allowed to leave your permanent structure, go back in. Sorry, you're allowed to leave your permanent structure for the week. Your permanent structure, which is the temporary structure, and to go back into your permanent structure, which is meant to be temporary for the week, but you can seek comfort in there if the weather becomes disruptive to the point that it would spoil your meal. That's when you're allowed to go back into your house and leave your sukkah. Mashlu mashal, and there's a parable that the rabbis tell that they share with us in the Mishnah to explain what this means. What is this like? What here's a parable to say what it's like. A servant comes to serve, to pour a cup for his master. Could be wine, could be water, although water and wine were drunk together in the rabbinic world. And he pours the jug on his face. And notice, if you notice in the translation too, it says he. There's a lot of he's and his. There's some vagueness to the story, which we'll also go back to in a moment. The servant comes to pour a cup for his master, and he pours the pitcher on his face. In the translation that's here on the screen, that's on Sefaria, it says, right, is the servant comes to the master and he pours a jug of water in his face to show that his presence is not desired. They explain it this way. So too, the sukkah, in the sukkah, the rain is indication that the Holy One does not want the person to fill the mitzvah sukkah. So the traditional explanation that comes from the Gemara of this Mishnah, which is here in this translation for this, says that the servant comes to serve their master. The master takes the serving pitcher, pours it on the head of the servant. That's a sign that he doesn't want anything to drink right then. So if God makes it rain upon us, God doesn't want us in the sukkah, feel free to go inside. We'll come back to that in a minute. We'll talk about some other possible readings. That's the Mishnah as a whole. I want to go back and look at each of the sections and just share some thoughts about, on my mind, about this Mishnah and how it connects to where we are on this day as we're thinking about October 7th and the upcoming holiday of Sukkot. So first line, all 7 days of Sukkot, you're supposed to leave your permanent house and go into your temporary one, and so much so that your temporary house, the Sukkah, becomes permanent and the permanent house becomes temporary. There's a way that as I read this line, it spoke to me in a way. It described something I've been feeling for the last 2 years, and you might have been off also. One of the challenges I've had for the last 2 years is finding the words, finding the language to describe what I'm feeling. The events of October 7th and their aftermath and their impact on Israel, on Gaza, on worldwide Jewry, on the Jewish community and our non-Jewish neighbors in North America where I live, the internal debates within the Jewish community, it's made me feel out of place, as almost as I've left my permanent home and in some temporary space. And I think about that theme in terms of those whose homes were destroyed in the war and are refugees. It made me think of those whose daily routines are destroyed by incoming missiles and have to leave their permanent homes and go into their bomb shelters, which are supposed to be temporary in case of emergencies. But for those in Israel who have to do it, it's become more routine and regular and not a temporary thing. And a bomb shelter, which is supposed to be temporary, has become permanent. And there's been mixing back and forth. In my own space in North America, safe from the violence that's there across the world in some way, feeling like a little, not totally, like the permanent home in which I live feels more temporary, a little less secure amongst neighbors, not anyone in particular, but there's a feeling that the permanence that Jews felt in the homes they built, the lives they built in North America, some of the assumptions we made weren't there. Partners of ours in our calls for social justice, with whom we stood at protests, have not always stood with us. Places like the university campus and the town square that used to feel very comfortable, where we made our permanent homes, can sometimes feel uncomfortable. And it struck me that the holiday of Sukkot is meant to be this temporary time, a week where we disrupt our lives and move to a temporary space and make it permanent, in part to appreciate the permanence that we have, the structures that we built. And some of what's been disorienting about the last 2 years, it's about we've entered temporary space and it feels permanent. And that new juxtaposition has been hard for me. And it wasn't until I found this Mishnah and settled on it for the teaching today that I started to think about this is some of what I've been feeling. Some of the safety of the permanence that I felt for most of my life has eroded in ways that it hasn't before over the last 2 years in so many spheres. And I imagine that's sitting with everybody in some way or another. And I think about that as I'm preparing to leave my permanent house for the Sukkah in the week to come, and how this Sukkot will be different from other Sukkot because of where we are in the world. That's point number one. Point number two from the second piece, Yard Tuk Shamim, Me'ematai Mutar Lefanav, right? Once it starts raining, when can you leave the Sukkah? On its own, this Mishnah is talking about a very practical thing. When the weather, wind, snow, rain, something makes it so uncomfortable that you can't be joyful in the Sukkah, to what extent does your ritual obligation to stay in the Sukkah end? Right? When is it better? When will you be more joyful? When will you be able to celebrate the holiday better by leaving the Sukkah and going inside, which is the place you're supposed to vacate for the holiday? The rabbis draw this line as when your meal will be spoiled, and it makes there's a practical sense, a literal sense about this, about the spoiling of food based on meteorological conditions. And I was wondering about many of the metaphors I'm drawing today because they're not perfect parallels, but don't think it was an accident that October 7th happened on a Jewish holiday the same way we know Yom Kippur, the Yom Kippur War was planned to be that day. And whether what will unfold about how much that was part of the planning or not, right? It was the reality. A joyous day has been soured by the fact that October 7th happened on the day that it did, which coincided with Shmini Atzeret and Simchat Torah. There's the question, to what extent does the sadness of October 7th interfere with being in the Sukkah, and at what point do we have to leave our Sukkah? And I don't have a magic answer to that. I think each of us in our own way have to think about how we deal with the tragedy of October 7th and the joy of the holiday of Sukkot, Shmini Atzeret, Simchat Torah, and how we live with both of them. I think one answer is where I started with, that we're here on October 5th to mark October 7th because we want to have both a day to mark October 7th and we want to have the joy of the holiday. And separating the two to 2 different days allows us to do both. But I do know from my experience last year on Shmini Atzeret and Simchat Torah, it was still hard to dance with the Torah, even with the joy of marking that, finishing the reading of it, and the celebration of starting over again. And I wonder what I'm going to feel like in the weeks to come as we hit that day again. Will this Shmini Atzeret Simchat Torah feel different? Will I be able to dance like days of old, or will my joy still be tempered by what I'm feeling because of what happened in that day? So in this sense, it's looking at this question, which is really a practical one about the weather, taking a little bit more metaphorical. How do we deal with the dark clouds that hang over our joyous day, and deal with the conflicting emotions in both places? Then lastly, I want to turn to this parable, which, as I said, the translation that's on your screen takes the sorry about that. I lost the screen there. Let me get that back. My mouse went a little too fast. Apologies. Oh boy, here we go. Right, the parable is really very vague. There's a servant who comes with a jug of wine or water for his master, goes to pour it into the cup, and someone takes the pitcher and pours it on someone's head. The Mishnah translation here that we have, as I said, follows what's in the Gemara that says it's the master who takes the pitcher and pours it on the head of the servant, and it's a message saying, God saying, I know you came to serve me, but I don't really want it today. When what that means is if theologically, right? First, I guess, well, theologically, there are a few things. It means God has some control over the weather. Some of the theme of Sukkot is praying to God for a good rainy season so that the crops grow. It's part of what's on our minds. We want there to be rain. The Talmud talks about, we want there to be rain, but we want everyone to get home from the temple on Sukkot, where people gathered in temple times before it rains too much. But if rains come early, it's ultimately good for agriculture, so it's not bad. But there is some push and pull. How can we celebrate in our temporary structure if it's pouring rain outside? And the traditional interpretation of the Talmud of this Mishnah is it's the master who takes the pitcher and pours it on the head of the servant. And that's the parable then says, when it's raining, God's telling you, I know you came to serve me as I asked in the sukkah, but I don't want it. So when you go inside, you should know you're doing that because God said, go away, not now. But the Hebrew of the Mishnah is vague, like sometimes it is, and it's not clear. You could read it lots of different ways, and the commentators over time have done so about what exactly is happening. And I'm going to give you 4 options. One is that I just said, the master purposely grabs the pitcher and spills it on the servant and says, go away. The second is, right, the servant comes to pour the cup of wine. The master somehow accidentally knocks the pitcher and it spills on the servant. And then the person says, oh, go away. I don't want to be served by someone who would get into an accident like this, even though it might be the master's fault or something. It's a little more, it's not purposeful spilling. It might be inadvertent spilling, but still the same result. The master shoos away the servant. It could be that the servant comes, tries to pour a cup of wine, and by accident pours water not into the cup, but it spills on the master. And then the master says, go away, you spilled on me inadvertently. You spilled on me, albeit we know it's inadvertent, but you spilled on me. I don't want anything degrading anymore, go away. Or even, a spicier version with the servant comes in upset or something and takes the pitcher of water and pours it onto the master intentionally, to which maybe the response is a little more anger from the master saying, go away. I don't want to be served by someone who's doing, who's so sloppy here. And in that sense, in these last 2 examples, if the servant is spilling the pitcher on the master instead of into the cup and the master shooing them away, it's not sort of saying, I don't want this right now, like the first 2 cases where it's sort of God saying, I don't want this. So, go away and we should be fine going away. Because we're doing what God asked, but God doesn't want it right now. So we're leaving God alone when God asks to be left alone by the rain. The second 2 examples where the servant has a little more agency or accidentally trips or something, the master shoos them away. The metaphor is a little different where the servant trips and then we go into the sukkah and somehow we've done something wrong and how we're celebrating Sukkot and God says, I don't want this from you right now. And the fault is not with, it's not that God has changed God's mind about wanting service. It's somehow the people, and if we are the substitute for the servant, somehow we've come into the sukkah the wrong way. Or I hear the voices of the prophets saying, God doesn't want us just to do empty rituals of sacrifices. He wants pure repentance and atonement. That came out, we heard a lot of that over the High Holiday Summit and the prophets all the time. Maybe, God saying a critique, the way you guys celebrate this holiday is not right. Don't want this right now. So there are lots of different reasons lots of different ways you could read this parable, which color how you might understand what's happening. We just want to point out theologically, this raises a number of issues, right? This sort of implies that God chooses to bring the rain. In my theology, that doesn't fit, right? Meteorological conditions and rain aren't directly influenced on a daily basis by God. So whether or not it rains on Sukkot, I don't take as a sign of whether or not God wants me to be in the sukkah. Although the practical question that the rabbis asked, when do you go in from the sukkah, is a good one, because I also don't want to sit in the sukkah when it's raining, no matter what. But I also see here, the notion that outside circumstances, this is what I want to take from this, outside circumstances and how we understand them might color how we understand what to do with the day. And while it's not a perfect metaphor to the times that we're in right now, the same way there are multiple ways that you could possibly read this story and that the commentators do, there are so many different interpretations and understandings of October 7th and its aftermath, to the point where there's a lot of infighting about it. And I don't want to go into all of those differences, because this day is a day about memory and coming together. Because I know some of the impermanence I feel is the inability to have conversations with people in my own synagogue. In general, as a community, we're strained to talk about October 7th, what happened, what its meaning is, what the response is, all the pieces, because it's so hard to interpret. There's so many different ways to understand or to hear, or so many perspectives that feel true, and so many things to hold on to that are contradictory. It feels like there's so many interpretations. It's hard to know what direction to go, and that even clouds, for me, how to manage both the fact that October 7th and the holiday of Sukkot are going to be tied together in our calendar for a long time, and that we have to find ways to deal with our different understandings of where we're at, or different understandings of how we got there, or different understandings of how best to move forward and overcome the division that brings, that could bring to us and our communities, and find ways to overcome that, so that we can find ways collectively to move forward. And I mean, within our families, within our people, within the world community, there are lots of fractures. There are lots of people who are feeling that pitchers have been spilled on their heads, not just because of October 7th, for a long time, and working ourselves out of that mess is a big conundrum. And I'd love for us to find a way out of that, so that we can move on and return to normal everyday life. So as we turn on the calendar both towards October 7th, which is coming, and the holiday of Sukkot, Shmini Atzeret, Simchat Torah, that's coming, I hope that what's happening in the world these weeks leads to a real change, and that initiatives for peace that are on the table move this conflict closer to resolution, and that we find a way both for peace and rebuilding, a way to continue to mourn, but also to celebrate again. And I hope that will come soon for all of us. And I hope that as you sit in your sukkah, whether actually or metaphorically, some of these themes I talked about today resonate with you as a way to think about both the holiday that's coming and the day that we're marking now, and what we're reading in the newspapers in the weeks to come.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Goldberg. And I'm realizing I did not properly introduce you in the beginning.
Okay.
Rabbi Elliot Goldberg is an executive coach and consultant, and he's also a longtime writer and teacher for My Jewish Learning's Talmud and Torah study programs. Thank you for all that you do for us, Rabbi Goldberg, and for those powerful words. And I hope some of you will join some of his future Torah study sessions there on Friday mornings.
All right. Thanks, Gabe. I appreciate that.
Of course. So I'm going to now hand things over. Rabbi Goldberg, if you don't mind unsharing your screen for us. Thank you. I'm going to hand things over to my colleague Jennifer Rubin, who will keep things rolling.
Great. Thank you so much, Gabe. And if you can, actually, I will just reclaim host from you so that I can start to introduce Abby Eisenberg, who is a community Jewish educator and life cycle officiant with over 20 years of experience in Jewish education. She is the founder and lead educator of Judaics Tutoring in New York City. And Abby, bear with me one moment and I will spotlight you so everybody can see you. There you are. And you should, yes, you have unmuted yourself. I will pass things along to you for the next half an hour, and we shall continue with our day of learning today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm adjusting. Can people give a thumbs up? Jennifer, can you give a thumbs up if you can hear me correctly?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm adjusting my screen a bit just so I'm focused on everyone here. So bear with me. I don't recall how to turn off the notifications when folks enter the room, so I'll just leave it for now. Okay, so on the heels of Rabbi Goldberg's, the end of his talk, I was thinking that we teachers today are going to be sharing, might have some similar wishes for all of us at this auspicious time. So let me go ahead and share my screen, and then in a moment I'll put in the chat the doc that folks can access. And Jennifer, I don't know if you will be sharing source sheets that people have, but I'll send a PDF to Mara if you are. If not,
I'm not sure if we are either, but that,
okay, no
that
problem.
works fine.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay, that looks good. And I'll also going to adjust so I can see you all again as much as possible. Okay, so bear with me. Okay, I'm actually just going to hide my self view. So Jennifer, if there's anything, if I move in any particular way and you can't see me, let me know. Okay, so I'm going to make this bigger for everyone. And okay, what a time. Over the high holidays, like many of you probably, I was thinking a lot about forgiveness. And all the way through the high holidays for me, there was a text that stood out in my mind. And it was something that actually I think I taught on a Torah portion session when it was Parshat Shoftim. And it was a particular interpretation of tzedek, tzedek tirdov. Otherwise translated in a few ways, but let's just say for now, justice, justice you shall pursue. And that was with me throughout the whole high holiday season. And I was really thinking about what is the connection between forgiveness or the themes of the high holiday season and also justice. And you'll see in a few moments that, okay, I'm just gonna, okay, I will post a link in a few moments, but for now I'm just gonna do a little bit of an intro. So as we'll see, the main text that we will explore together today, and actually there's a couple of others, but one of the main texts is that Midrash, a rabbinic interpretation of what tzedek, justness, or rightness or righteousness means. And the interpretation, strangely enough, is that it doesn't only mean, as it sounds, justice, but that part of justice is compromise. So I was thinking a lot about what is this connection between forgiveness and compromise. And so by way of introduction, I want to situate us within that connection. So in other words, when we are forgiving, what I was giving some thought to is that forgiveness is what allows for compromise. When we accept a person or ourselves or a situation as very imperfect, or as a situation where we ourselves made a mistake, or where someone else made a mistake, we're accepting a lot of imperfection or a lot of flaws, and thereby we're allowing for forgiveness and compromise to happen. we're allowing for perhaps some negotiation. When we say, okay, I'm ready to move on, I forgive myself, I forgive someone else, let's see how we can move forward in imperfect ways. You know, when I accept something imperfect about my partner, I'm able to compromise on the idea of a perfect partner or perfection, and I'm able to move forward. And so I want us to be thinking about, on the heels of the high holidays, which, you know, just ended on Thursday. It feels like yesterday because yesterday was Shabbat. And beginning, you know, as I heard Rabbi Goldberg say, October 7th is just 2 days away. And for many communities, today is actually the day of some communal gatherings for October 7th, because it's on the first day of Sukkot this year. And a lot of people wouldn't be able to come together for a gathering. So as we begin our studies together today, I want us to be thinking about, certainly we're situated in this time on the calendar, post-high holidays, embarking on remembering October 7th, which I know many of us do every day, and thinking about the connection between coming off of this high holiday season, especially forgiveness and compromise. So with that in mind, here is in the chat the doc, which will not be available after I finish my time with you together today, but you can request access, and I will do my best to send you a copy if my Jewish Learning isn't sending one out. So because today's learning, as you know, centers around Mishnah, I do want to start our learning with just a snippet of the Mishnah that our text builds off of, that our text expands on. And you'll see throughout the document, my hope is that we'll be able to get to two kind of midrashic or agadic, two key commentaries today. And if not, hopefully you'll receive the document, and I'll bring it all together no matter what, of course, at the end of our time. So the Mishnah that we will start off with today is in the section of Mishnah on court cases and on court proceedings. Sanhedrin, you may or may not know, is considered in ancient Jewish text. The Sanhedrin is considered the sort of court of justice, the ancient Supreme Court. And the whole tractate, the whole section in the Talmud, there is a whole tractate in the Talmud on procedures, on legal proceedings, court cases. And so here we see in chapter 4, Mishnah 1, both cases of monetary law and cases of capital law are equal with regard to the requirement for inquiry and interrogation. So this is just the very beginning of our piece together today with a law, a halacha that says, in terms of, in Hebrew, it's called, for those of you that read Hebrew, drisha and chakira, in terms of questioning witnesses, whether it's a monetary case or a capital case, we interrogate witnesses in the same way. We question them, and there are many proceedings for that. So that's just our starting point, because the Gemara, the Talmudic text that we're about to read, is an expansion, is just follows that Mishnah. You can look up the Mishnah itself. It's very long, and it brings many different ways in which capital and monetary cases are similar or different. But really, for our purposes today, for our teaching, and what I'm hoping we can, myself included, each gain from immersing ourselves in the texts that follow, is really from the Talmudic, the Gemara text that follows. And for those interested in a little bit more in how the commentary that we read comes about, you can see I wrote a little bit more here, that after one of the directions that the legal and then the agadic, the story-oriented text in the Talmud takes, is based on this well-known verse that I mentioned a few moments ago: justice, justice, shall you pursue, tzedek, tzedek tirdof. And the verse is interpreted to mean that that second tzedek isn't just there for a poetic reason. It's there because in a certain kind of legal case where there's a suspicion of fraud, in those cases, that extra tzedek is supposed to mean that we, the judges, should be extra careful. And then the rabbis go on to share a few different interpretations on the verse. Tzedek, tzedek, tirdof. So that's all by way of introduction. And we're going to read together now this interpretation on tzedek, tzedek, tirdof, based on the Mishnah, or as follow-up, as an expanded part of the discussion on chapter 4, Mishnah 1 in Sanhedrin. And you'll see also at the top that I noted that there are many different ways in the Hebrew Bible. There are different variations on the word tzedek, meaning its meaning. And therefore, in English, for us, it could mean rightness, it could mean righteousness, it could mean justice. And so it's translated here as rightness to leave the most room for interpretation. So I'm going to go ahead and read this text here. I'll make it a bit bigger in case that's helpful. For some people, it's going to be really big. I hope that's okay. Okay. So as it is taught in an earlier rabbinic text called a Breita from about the same time as the Mishnah, when the verse states, rightness, rightness shall you follow, one mention of righteousness is stated with regard to judgment, and one is stated with regard to compromise. Okay, that might be surprising. And in Hebrew, compromise is pshara. How so? Okay, this is it's just one of my favorite stories ever. If there are two boats that are traveling along a river and they encounter each other, so let's say two boats are on a river and they encounter a narrow canal and only one can go first, right? They're stuck. Two of them, they can't have exactly the same behavior in the moment. One of them has to give way, literally, has to compromise. If both of them attempt to pass, both of them sink, as the river is not wide enough for both of them to pass. However, if they pass one after the other, if one compromises, both of them pass. Similarly, and I like to say I was a hiker before a few injuries, but if you're a hiker, you know what it's like to get to a very, very narrow passageway on a hike. And so you'll see the next part of the story is about two camels and riders who are trying to make their way up a very narrow passageway. And for those of you who have seen very, very narrow passageways while hiking, we know only one person can make it up at a time, oftentimes. Similarly, when there are two camels who are ascending the ascent of Beit Choron in Israel, when there is a narrow, steep path and they encounter each other, if both of them attempt to ascend, both of them fall. If they ascend one after the other, both of them ascend. How does one decide which of them should go first? If there is one boat that is carrying a heavy load and one boat that is not carrying a heavy load, the needs of the one that is not heavily loaded, the lighter one, should be overridden due to the needs of the one that is heavily loaded. Okay, the language in Hebrew, you can see, is much more simple, but it does translate in a bit of a confusing way in English. But the point is that the heavier one, and this makes sense, of course, the one with the heavier backpack, the camel with a heavier load, gets to proceed first. It takes precedence over the camel that has a lighter weight and is not carrying a heavy load. Okay, now back to the boats. If there is one boat that is close to its destination and one boat that is not close to its destination, the needs of the one that is close should be overridden due to the needs of the one that is not close. In other words, the one that's further away from its destination, in order to kind of equal things out, gets to go first. Now, the Gemara, the Talmudic text, says, if both of them were close to their destinations, or both of them were far from the destinations, bring about a compromise between them. Okay, and this is actually in Hebrew, it's very interesting to note. The Hebrew word is hatel, which is imperative for masculine singular. So it's saying either to one of the captains of the boat or to each one singularly, if you're in a situation, you singular, if I am in a situation where I have to compromise, right? Singular, let's, which I think has a bigger, stronger impact perhaps than keeping this in plural. I have to bring about a compromise between them to decide which goes first. And the owner, should be owner, and the owner, oh, not yet, sorry. And the owners of the boats pay a fee to one another. That is to say, the owner of the boat that goes first compensates the owner of the boat that waits for any loss that that person incurs in needing to move forward also to his destination. In other words, the assumption here, I think, although perhaps this could apply in a personal situation too, is that there's a commercial, perhaps a loss of income. And so someone should be compensated for that loss of income. Okay, so there's this really sort of fun passage here about two boats or two camel riders with camels that are traveling. They cannot possibly both ascend or move forward in a very narrow canal if they both insist on pure and simple justice, if they both insist that one of them, that it's, of course, one of them should go first and there should be no compromise, they get stuck, they sink, or they fall down the narrow passageway, right? I have this image of the camels and the riders falling down. So this text, I think, should be shocking to us in some way. If you haven't heard this story before, the first time I heard it, I was sort of shocked, because in the biblical text, just scroll up for a moment, in this text, tzedek tirdof, which I think many of us have heard over time, we think of justice as this, there is one right way to do something. There is an absolute, and sometimes we even think of justice. I know this phrase has been mentioned a lot over the past couple of years. It's a zero-sum game, right? Who's definitely the only right one? And the Gemara beautifully, with a sense of humor, I think, comes to remind us sometimes you have to compromise. And the Gemara certainly could have taught us this, that compromise is important, but fascinatingly and beautifully, it does so in the context of tzedek, justice, rightness, righteousness. It doesn't only mean that there's one right way. It means that sometimes a pragmatism has to take hold and two people have to dialogue or converse with each other, have to negotiate. For those of you that read a teeny bit ahead, for those of you that already saw this, there's a pshara, a compromise, negotiation, conversation. That's also part of justice, of viewing things as having a right way. Sometimes there isn't a perhaps ideological or narrow one right way to do something. Sometimes we have to compromise. And I want to just in the interest of time, I'll share just one more text here, and then I think I'll pause for a few minutes just to see if anyone wants to share a reflection or ask a question. The next text here it's a little bit different. Our text above about pshara, compromise, is sort of in some ways extra legal, meaning before a legal conflict ensues, it is advisable for two people to figure things out on their own, to converse, to dialogue, to negotiate, to come up with a compromise. This text is actually about, in a court case, it might be advisable to mediate before actually moving forward with a judgment or with a verdict. So we'll read this text also, but the idea is similar, that dialogue, conversation should be part of legal proceedings. The sages taught in a Breitza, earlier rabbinic text, just as judgment is performed by three judges, so too mediation can be or is performed by three judges. Okay. Once the verdict of the judgment has been issued, it is not permitted, though, for you to mediate a dispute. Okay, so now the rabbis are about to share with us maybe mediation, conversation, dialogue, compromise. Maybe it has its limits. There's a tension. Rabbi Eliezer, son of Rabbi Yosei Haglili, says, it is prohibited to mediate a dispute, and anyone who mediates, ha-botzea, the person who mediates, a dispute is a sinner. Okay, very strong language. And anyone who blesses the mediator is cursing God. Again, like very, very strong language here. Rather, the judge must assure that the true judgment will prevail at all costs and metaphorically pierce the mountain, as it is stated. Very strong language about judgment and legal proceedings. For the judgment is God's, as Deuteronomy 1:17 says. Similarly, Moses would say, let the judgment pierce the mountain. Okay, now we're going to get the other side of this tension here. If we just read up until now, you'd say, Abby, what are you talking about? It seems like it's all well and good what you said earlier about compromise, but maybe mediation as part of court proceedings. Maybe that's different. Okay, but now let's read further and see how the rabbis also are presenting mediation. By contrast, Aaron, Moses' brother, who's known in rabbinic text as a pursuer of peace, whose role was not that of a judge, was a lover of peace and a pursuer of peace, and he would apply peace between one person and the other, as it is stated. The law of truth was in his mouth, and unrighteousness was not found on his lips. He walked with me in peace and uprightness, and turned many away from sin, from iniquity. This is from the prophet Malachi. Rabbi Yehoshua ben Korcha says, it is a mitzvah to mediate a dispute. As it is stated, execute the judgment of truth and peace in your gate, from another prophet, Zechariah, in your gates, another prophet, Zechariah. Is it not that the place where there is strict judgment and there is no true peace, and in a place where there is true peace, there is no strict judgment? Rather, which is the judgment that has peace within it? You must say, this is mediation, as both sides, hopefully, are satisfied with the result. Okay, this is a little bit of a confusing text, but in other words, in a place where there is no peace, there is strict judgment, and in a place where there is true peace, there is no strict judgment. Also, just a shocking statement when we know that the rabbis often served as judges, and we have texts that come before here, but that are throughout rabbinic literature that certainly favor judging the court case very clearly. But there is this bitsua option of mediation, that's bitsua, and the Gemara texts here in the source sheet that I'm sharing with you today are presenting that in the context of tzedek, in justice or righteousness or rightness, there's more room, there's more breathing room than we might otherwise think. And what seems like perhaps an absolute, very, very strong sense of justice or doing the right thing has wiggle room, has this attached to it. There are these sort of concomitant values of mediation and compromise that come along with righteousness or rightness or tzedek. Here's I have an extra page here, but oh no, I stopped here. Okay, so I want to pause here for a moment just to check in, and then I'll add some concluding thoughts here. But I'll say you can see why I was drawn to these texts for all of us, myself included, as I shared, on the heels of the high holidays and on the heels of thinking about forgiveness and breathing room and accepting imperfection and moving forward with compromise, with understanding that in relationships, whether they're one-on-one or even in groups, perhaps there's just no such thing as perfection or one very narrow and strict sense of justice or rightness. Perhaps pragmatism, mediation, and compromise are just as important for us to think about. And so I before I share some concluding words about that, I want to check in and see if anyone wants to raise their hands, unmute, just one or two, if we have time for a
So we're not
comment.
gonna have
Okay.
we'll unmute, but there are some people who have shared some thoughts in
Okay.
the comments.
Okay. Jennifer, are you able to capture a couple
I mean,
of those?
the comments so far honestly have been about struggling to find forgiveness for Hamas.
Okay. So thank you for saying that. I'll definitely share a few words about that. So one of the key strands in Jewish tradition is that unless someone directly asks us for forgiveness, it's not on us to forgive. Unless I've been wronged personally, forgiveness is really about it's part of a one-on-one kind of relationship. So for me to say, and there's a book that I'll recommend called The Sunflower by Simon Wiesenthal. And he explores a few different aspects of a few different ways to go about forgiveness. So I'm certainly not suggesting that sort of I forgive Hamas, but what I am suggesting is that in Jewish tradition, if someone directly asks you for forgiveness, and Maimonides discusses this in the context of the high holidays, it is considered, Maimonides specifically says, we should not be stubborn, or we should be open to forgiveness. And some of you may have heard before that even in the case when we, as someone who has wronged someone else, we are supposed to go to someone 3 times to ask for forgiveness. And if the person being asked to be forgiving isn't able to be forgiving, then in a traditional way, Maimonides says the sin is upon them. Now, I'm not also talking about this falls into the category of extreme, of sort of perhaps day-to-day life kinds of things. But so again, I want to emphasize forgiveness in Jewish tradition is often seen as one-to-one. I get asked for forgiveness. I hopefully am able to offer forgiveness. Okay. And I have to be able to judge, is this person genuine? Is this person genuinely committing to never do what they are apologizing for again? I get to judge that as the person being asked for forgiveness. One-to-one. What I do want us to think about, and I have Rabbi Goldberg's words in my mind from the end of his session, is maybe mediation, compromise, negotiation, conversation, dialogue. I really want us to land on those ideas, especially compromise, and the idea that justice somehow also includes, according to the text above, some kind of compromise. And I think that can apply in our individual lives. Certainly, I won't make a recommendation for the larger global political world, which I'm not, I'm happy that I'm not sitting at any kinds of negotiating table. But these ideas about compromise and mediation are there for us to think about in rabbinic texts, and especially with what's going around, with what's going on around us now. I just invite us to sit with these ideas of compromise and mediation. And I do want to share on a personal note, and some of you have studied with me before, that today's learning, probably overall, it's been said before, can be dedicated to everyone who was killed on October 7th, the horrible conflict, and those who have been killed over the past 2 years. But unfortunately, one of the people who was killed, an IDF soldier, one of the 800 or so IDF soldiers, was my nephew, Yakir Shmuel Teitelbaum. You can look him up. He was an extraordinary young man. And one of the things his commander, Sagi, told me about Yakir is that Yakir was all about compromise. He came from a religious home. He sort of explored, he was highly intellectual. He explored beyond that. And he was always listening really carefully to different opinions and trying to sort of mediate a compromise in intellectual discussions in their tank, in the tank that he was part of. And so in Yakir's memory, I really invite us in our own lives to think about compromise and to think about all those who perished as we come up on October 7th. And I will turn it over now to Jennifer and to the rest of your learning and teachers for the day today.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this teaching for this past half hour. And thank you so much, especially for sharing those thoughts and comments about your nephew. And I think as is appearing in the chat right now, we are all very sorry for your loss and everybody's loss. You did stop sharing your screen. Thank you so much. So now I am going to get my mouse to work to introduce Rabbi Akiva Mattenson, who is on faculty at the Shalom Hartman Institute of North America. And I will, Rabbi, I will make you a co-host and spotlight you for everybody so we can begin our next portion of learning. There we go. Thank you so much. You should be able to unmute yourself. Fantastic. And I do have the link to the learning that I will share in the chat for everybody else to follow along, but I think you should be able to share your screen to share it with the audience that way. So here's the link to Rabbi Akiva's source sheet. And thank you for joining us, Rabbi. Please take it away.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm not sure what the right adjective is to describe how I feel about joining for the learning today. It is both a pleasure, a privilege. Hopefully this can be a meaningful continuation of the learning that you've been doing today. The text that I want us to spend a little bit of time on is hopefully an opportunity to do some reflection on the themes of hope, on the question of hope and hopelessness and preserving a sense of possibility in the face of really sort of unimaginable odds, which I think is a sort of emotional landscape that many of us have been experiencing for a long time, for many reasons. And it's worth spending a little time thinking about what that landscape looks like and how we might be able to hold the multiplicity of feelings that we experience in that kind of space. Our senses of hope, our senses of despair, our need for grief, and our need for maintaining a sense of possibility. And so with that, I'm going to share my screen. Jennifer shared the sources that we'll be looking at. So with that, can you see my screen? Is that working?
Yes, it is.
Fantastic. So the title here at the top, Clinging to a Hope Not Hopeless But Unhopeful, is from W.E.B. Du Bois, from the Souls of Black Folk. And it's a sort of striking phrase that he uses to describe his experience of bringing a child into the world in an environment that is very unhospitable to Black Americans. And this experience of wanting to preserve a sense of realistic hope, of grounded hope that is not hopeless, but it is not sort of, as he puts it, unhopeful, blindly hopeful. And so in that light, I want us to take a look at this Mishnah in Masechet Yevamot, chapter 16. This is the fourth Mishnah in that chapter, and some texts around it. The broader tractate of Yevamot is concerned with a number of things, among them levirate marriage, which is the institution wherein a man who has been married but has no progeny, has no children left to his name, when he passes away, his brother has a sort of marital bond tethering him to his late brother's wife, which either they must sever through a process known as chalitza, or they consummate it through marriage, through yibum. But among other things, in this tractate, especially in this chapter, the 16th chapter, there's a bunch of discussions about how we know when a person has passed away. What evidence can we trust that allows us to say, yes, this person is no longer with us, and their spouse can remarry, their wife can remarry. And so our Mishnah begins with the following. Nafal l'mayim bein sheyesh lahem sof, bein she'ein lahem sof, ishto asura. If a person fell into a body of water, whether it is a limited body of water, so you can imagine, a circumscribed lake with visible boundaries, or, a pool in a cave, a hot spring, as it were, or whether it's a body of water that has no visible boundaries. They fell into the sea. Ishto asura. In either case, his wife is forbidden to remarry, which is to say, we cannot say with certainty, with enough certainty to allow her to remarry, that that man has passed away, that man is dead. Maybe he's still out there. We don't know, and we can't say for certain. What is most striking, perhaps, about this initial teaching is that this is true even for bodies of water that have boundaries, that have visible boundaries. You might have thought, in such a bounded body of water, there's only so long that someone could survive if they had fallen beneath the surface. But no, the Mishnah says, we don't know. We just don't know. It might be that they'll appear at some later point. And certainly if it's in the sea, who knows? Maybe they found their way to some other shore. So that's the opening teaching of this Mishnah. And what follows in the Mishnah is a set of 3 narratives. And we'll see what each of these narratives contributes to our understanding of this teaching. And then I'll say a little bit about what I think the value of communicating these ideas in narrative form is meant to be. So first we got a statement from Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir said, Amar Rabbi Meir, Ma'aseh ve'echad shenafal livor hagadol ve'ala le'achar shelosha yamin. So Rabbi Meir says, in response to this teaching, one time, this person fell into a large pit and emerged after 3 days. Quite surprising. You might not have thought it possible, but Rabbi Meir says, I know, it happened once. It happened once that this person was able to survive 3 days in this pit, even though they had fallen in. So Rabbi Meir's narrative here, right, seems to be buttressing and bolstering the point of the teaching. You might have thought, to be sure, in a limitless body of water, out on the open ocean, maybe we ought to hold out hope that he's still out there. But if he fell into a lake, into a bounded body of water, how can we hold out that hope? Rabbi Meir says, I know about a case where it happened once. And so that ought to ground and facilitate our sense of possibility. Amar Rabbi Yossi said, Ma'aseh v'suma sheyarad litbol b'ma'ara, v'yarad moshecho acharav, v'shahu chedei shetetzei nafsham, v'hisi'u nishotehem. Rabbi Yossi says, it once happened that a blind man went down to immerse in a cave, and his escort went down after him into the water. And they took as long as it takes for their soul to depart. That is, seems like they were in the cave beneath the water for quite some time, enough time for them to have drowned. And they, that is, the sages, married their wives off. The sages made the determination that they were no longer alive, and that their wives could remarry. So Rabbi Yossi here is adding a wrinkle into the teaching. If we began with this sort of bold statement that it does not matter, it could be that they fell into the open ocean, or it could be that they fell into some pool and cave. It does not matter. We hold out hope for the possibility that they are still alive and with us. And that hope, says Rabbi Meir, is grounded in our sense of these stories that we carry with us of times when the impossible seemed to have happened. But Rabbi Yossi says there are times where we can't hold out that hope. Here we have a story of this person who is not able to see. And it seems like that fact about this person is part of what is drawing the sages to reach the conclusion they reach. This person may not be able to traverse the water in the way that a sighted person could see, at least in their time. And so they are more concerned. They have more reasons to fear and to worry that this person will not make it out of the cave alive. And so Rabbi Yossi introduces us to the possibility that even if generally speaking, we want to hold out hope for the possibility of life, even when that seems so difficult to imagine, there are times where certain facts stare us in the face and make it so unbearably difficult, so difficult to rationally imagine that hope is still possible, that we have to let go in those moments. A third story. B'shuv ma'aseh v'asya, be'echad sheshilsheluhu layam, be'lo alav yadam ela raglo. So there was a case in Asia, it seems to be Asia Minor, of one who was let down into the sea, and all they pulled back was his leg. Amru chachamim min ha'arkuba ulmala tinaseh, min ha'arkuba ulmata lo tinaseh. So the sages said in response to this, if what they pulled back of the leg was from above the knee, then she may remarry. But if what they pulled back was a sort of nub of the leg from below the knee, then she may not remarry. Here too, we get a more nuancing of our initial teaching, right? We began with this teaching that made the bold statement, whether in limited waters or unlimited waters. Rabbi Yossi began to nuance our appreciation of that bold statement of hope and possibility, hope against hope. In a case where the waters are limited, maybe there are times where we can't hold that out. And here we have a nuancing of the second half of the teaching in a case where the waters are unlimited. There might be times, even then, when they fall out into the open ocean, where hope is no longer possible. And for the sages, they give us this heuristic. If too much of their leg has been severed, that we pull it back and we see that, they've lost 90% of their leg, then we simply can't hold out the hope that they could swim to another shore. But if it was only part of their leg, then maybe we could hold it. We could continue to hold out that hope. And so in this Mishnah, we get this broad picture of both a bold initial claim that hope should always be held out, grounded in our sense of the narratives that make that hope possible, and a sense that sometimes countervailing facts make that more difficult to imagine, and countervailing facts require us to allow these women to move on, to not be so burdened by the anxious possibility that their husbands are still out there, but that they can let go and move on. Now, one thing that I think is worth noting about this text that makes it very striking, especially in this last section, where we're talking about this statement of the sages regarding, how much of the leg has been pulled back of this individual. We could have imagined a version of this Mishnah that did not have any narrative in it, right? There could have been a version of this Mishnah where we get our initial teaching. Rabbi Yossi says something about, Bameh Dvarim Amurim. When is this the case? It's only the case with a sighted person, but a person who cannot see, the rules are different. And then the sages go and say, Bameh Dvarim Amurim. When is this the case for an open body of water like the ocean? Well, if they pulled back his leg and it was, mostly severed, etc. We could have imagined a version of this where it was just a set of propositional teachings, but instead we get this initial teaching and then 3 narratives. And at least part of what's going on here, I think, in terms of the picture that this Mishnah is trying to paint for us, is that the possibilities for hope and for letting go are really complicated, and they are so case specific. Our sense for the possibilities of hope, for holding out the possibility of life, is so wrapped up in the particularities of our circumstances, and it is not something necessarily that we can legislate at the outset without investigating the particulars of the case. It has to be something, those possibilities for hope and for letting go of hope are always negotiated in the thick of the circumstances we confront. So to fill out this picture of this Mishnah, I also wanted to bring you the parallel in the Tosefta, which is a contemporary rabbinic work from roughly the 2nd century. And here the Tosefta is both a mix of somewhat earlier versions of teachings. It's often more prolix and more lengthy. There are parts of the Tosefta that sort of end up on the cutting room floor in terms of the more tightly edited together work that is the Mishnah, and you'll see some of that here. So we start with a discussion that looks pretty similar. Nafal l'mayim sheyesh lahem sof, ben sheyesh lahem sof, ben she'ein lahem sof ishto asura, Tiferet Rabbi Meir. So we get our teaching that featured at the beginning of the Mishnah. If he fell into water, whether those that have limits or those that are limitless, his wife is prohibited. But we're told this is actually just the view of Rabbi Meir. This is not necessarily the consensus view of the sages. So we know that in the edited version of the Mishnah, this is the view that seems to carry the day. And it's sort of supported by a narrative that we get from Rabbi Meir. It's like, I saw someone survive 3 days, come out alive after 3 days in a cave. But the sages, the consensus view of the sages, is that actually in a bounded body of water, she is permitted to remarry. It's simply not feasible to imagine that someone could survive that. And as we'll see later on, right, if you look later on, we do get the story from Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir is like, look, someone did fall into a pit, a large pit, and emerged after 3 days. I'm telling you, it can happen. We have to make sure that these women hold out the possibility for hope. What is the sage's response to this narrative that features in our Mishnah? Ein mazkirin ma'asei nisim. We don't bring up miraculous happenings. We don't predicate our norms, the way we want people generally to act, that we expect, that the kinds of expectations that we can have of people, on miraculous things happening, on the impossible being possible. To be sure, that is a beautiful existential posture if you can maintain it. But it is not something we can expect of people, say the sages. There are times where hope and maintaining hope in the face of insurmountable odds is not something we can simply expect of people. And that seems to be part of the sages' attitude here. But, say the sages, if it's an open body of water, if they're out on the ocean, she remains forbidden. Shema gal toredoto uma'aleoto layavasha. Maybe a wave will carry him and spit him out on dry land. And what follows in the Tosefta are a series of texts, a series of stories, more stories, about just this. Rabbi Akiva says, one time I was traveling at sea and I saw this ship that was sinking. And I knew that there were some sages on that ship, and I got a little worried. I was worried that they were, passing away, and I wasn't sure what was going to happen. And then when I came to Mizaga in Cappadocia, I saw that sage who was on the sinking ship. He was sitting right in front of me in my class. So I said to him, what's going on? How did you get out of the sea? And he said, well, my ship was sinking, but then this wave came and carried me to another wave until eventually I was able to make it to shore. Rabbi Akiva declares, Kama gedolim divrei chachamim she'ayu omrim mayim sheyesh lahem sof ishto muteret, mayim she'ein lahem sof ishto asura. The sages were so wise in saying that in an open body of water, who knows, maybe they'll end up at the shore. I'll leave it there with the Tosefta. What I want to conclude with is a fascinating discussion that emerges in the medieval and then in the early modern period, which is about a slightly separate but related question. All of this has been about whether the woman can remarry. Are we confident enough that this person has passed away to allow the woman to remarry? But what about allowing her to grieve? Is she allowed to grieve? Even if she can't remarry, let's say. Is it possible that we could say she has to hold out hope that he's still out there somewhere and not remarry as a result, to maintain faith in the possibility of the renewed possibility of that relationship, while at the same time saying there is a real, palpable, meaningful loss that needs to be given expression, that needs to be respected, and we need to make space for that. So we get this responsum from the Rif, Rabbi Yitzchak Alfasi, very important early codifier of Jewish law. And his view is, actually, they are not allowed to mourn. As he puts it, Kevan de vechezkat kayamin hein mistabra de lo nahagi avelut. Since we are presuming that they are still out there somewhere, enough to preclude this woman from remarrying, it would make sense that we do not allow them to mourn. That's too sort of internally contradictory. We can't say they have to hold out hope that he's still alive, but they can also grieve him. There's maybe a certain element of disrespect in them grieving them, that's sort of revealing that they don't actually have that hope. And he quotes a text that maybe seems to point in the other direction. What about this text in an early medieval sort of work on mourning? If someone drowned in a river or fell into the sea or fell into a large body of water, when do we start counting their period of grief? Like, when do they start counting the 7 days of Shiva? When they despair of searching for him, when they're no longer out there looking for him. So that seems to suggest, even though in such a case we would say she may not remarry, this person fell into a body of water. Who knows? Maybe he's still out there somewhere. Nevertheless, it seems like they're allowed to mourn. So his response is to say, well, maybe that's a case where he fell in when he had already passed away. And the only thing on the table is the question of retrieving the body to bury him. And so maybe in that case, right, there is mourning to be had, but the mourning has to wait until they bury the body or until they give up searching for the body. But it's not a case where he fell in while he was still alive and there's still a chance he may be out there. Alternatively, he says maybe that was actually a case where he fell into a smaller body of water with visible boundaries. And so in that case, actually, we don't hold out the hope that he's still out there. But the response of the Mishkenot Yaakov, Rabbi Yaakov Karliner, in the 18th century, goes a different direction. And what he says is, no, actually, they should be allowed to mourn. And he draws out a responsum that I have highlighted here on this page, a quoted responsum from an early Tosafistic thinker, Rav Yitzchak of Dampierre, where he writes explicitly, those who de'anitba'im b'mayim she'ein lahem sof mitablin aleihen misha'a shenitya'ashu levakesh. Those who have fallen into a limitless body of water, we mourn for them from the time they have despaired of searching for the body. And here's what he writes, Al yit'eh adam lomar ba'avelut lehakel lihyot kachayim lefi shenafelu b'mayim she'en lahem sof deve'eshet ish hechmiru davga lateta leha chumrei chayim. A person should not err in saying that we ought to be lenient regarding mourning, treating the husband as still alive, since he fell into limitless waters, since when it comes to remarriage, we are stringent to treat the husband as still being alive, right? Someone might think, since we're treating the husband as alive for the purposes of remarriage, well then we ought to say she shouldn't mourn. Person should not say that. The point was simply to proceed as if he were alive, insofar as that generates stringency. But if it generates leniency, which is to say that she not mourn, then we let that go. Now, what is so striking about this tshuva is the choice to characterize mourning as a stringency. There are many places in the halachic literature, there's a general heuristic rule, halacha kedivrei hamekel ba'avel, the law accords with the lenient view in the context of grief and mourning. And usually what that means in the context of those legal discussions is that the person need not mourn. That's what it means to be lenient in the context of grief and mourning. The person need not mourn. And here what we're seeing is that we cannot be lenient in that way with Avelut, is his view. That kind of idea that, yeah, we should just be lenient. We should say maybe he's still alive out there and she need not mourn. That is unacceptable. We have to make space for the possibility of her grief. Otherwise, we are doing a disservice to the emotional world that this woman is holding. And so what I want to leave us with is the possibility opened up by this Mishnah and then later explored by these sages, that there is a way to hold on to the possibilities of hope, to the sense that I'm not letting go of this relationship. I'm not going to remarry. I'm still in it with you. I'm still holding out hope that you are out there somewhere. And that in no way needs to feel like it is in contradiction with or come at the cost of giving space to the very real emotions of loss, of grief, of despair that come to light in those circumstances. One should not feel like those feelings of grief and loss and despair are out of place because I'm still holding out hope. And at the same time, one should not feel like holding out hope means that, I can't experience this despair or grief. And if I'm experiencing this despair or grief, that means I'm somehow giving up on them. Part of what it is to be human is to hold these difficult and complex emotions together, to be able to both grieve and to hope at the same time, to hold on, to cling to a hope that is not hopeless, but unhopeful. Over the past 2 years and beyond, there's been a lot of clinging to hope and a lot of grief and a lot of despair. And I want to suggest that this text and the tradition of its reception and interpretation is offering us an opportunity to say yes to all of that, to say that hope is real and it is worth expressing, and that grief is real and that despair is real and it deserves expression, and neither needs to come at the cost of the other. And we need not look at someone who is filled with the overwhelming possibility of hope and say they're naive or blind. And we need not look at someone who is filled with an overwhelming sense of despair or grief and say that that person is sort of disrespectful or has given up on a project that we all care about. Elu va'elu. Both these and those are a real part of the human experience. And hopefully we can continue to sustain the hopes that we have, clinging to a hope that is not hopeless, but maybe a bit unhopeful.
Thank you so much. Both hope and despair and grief are all, I think, things that we are all feeling. So thank you so much for sharing all of that learning with us. I'm now going to pass it over to my colleague, Becky Phillips, who will help us continue the learning for today.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Rabbi Mattenson. Wonderful to hear your teaching, and I'm really looking forward to our next half hour with My Jewish Learning's very own Dr. Rachel Scheinerman, editor of My Jewish Learning. I'm going to spotlight you, Rachel, and let you take it away.
Okay, hello everyone. It is good to see you. I am going to, I decided today to talk with you about Sukkot, since that is starting tomorrow, but it also just feels terribly appropriate for this moment that we're in anyway, because the idea of dwelling in a sukkah, in a shelter that feels fragile and temporary, I think captures some of what we may be feeling about this protracted conflict. And even in the hours leading up to this talk, I'm sure I was not the only one refreshing news sites and wondering whether there was going to finally be a deal and maybe the hostages would finally come home, there'd be an end to this war. I don't have that news to share, so we continue in limbo as we mourn and hope together. And the sukkah all by itself, I think, captures some of that feeling of fragility and temporariness and being in limbo. So what I'm going to start with today is tell you something about the sukkah that I'm guessing that doesn't seem to be well known among modern Jews. So I'm trying to share my screen. You should be seeing a slide that says, what does the sukkah symbolize? Is that what folks are seeing on their screens?
We see it, yes.
Okay, great. So I'm going to start outside the Mishnah today. I'm giving myself that permission. These are texts from the same rabbis who wrote the Mishnah, and then we will toggle to Mishnah, because the Mishnah on its own is almost always a fairly prosaic, dry legal text that will give us a lot of laws about the sukkah, but not tell us why those are laws. And I think we need to go outside the sukkah, outside the Mishnah, to understand a few things about the rabbinic thinking about the sukkah. And then suddenly I'm hoping that your experience in the next half hour will be, oh, all these random laws about how I build the sukkah, I now understand why those are the laws and not other things. It won't feel as random. That is my hope for our half hour together. So what does the sukkah symbolize? This is from the Sifra, which is a commentary by the rabbis on the book of Leviticus. So this is not the Mishnah, but it is the same rabbis, right? Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva are going to speak here. They are two of the headlining rabbis of the Mishnah. So the Sifra begins with a quote from Leviticus. This is the commandment: in order that future generations may know that I made the Israelite people live in Sukkot when I brought them out of the land of Egypt, right? This is the commandment to build Sukkot for ourselves in ensuing generations every year at this time. And here we have a really interesting debate about what this means, right? Rabbi Eliezer says the Israelite people lived in Sukkot, literal booths, right? Which all my childhood I thought was exactly what Sukkot was about. But Rabbi Akiva here has a very different interpretation. He says they lived in clouds of glory. So Rabbi Akiva has this idea that the Sukkah does not symbolize the little booths that the Israelites built, either when they were going out into the field to harvest their grain or while they were wandering through the wilderness, the usual interpretations that we hear of what the Sukkah means. Rabbi Akiva says that the Sukkah symbolizes being in the clouds of glory. What does he mean? He means the divine presence. The divine presence came and settled on Israel, and the Sukkah itself is supposed to be a spiritual experience of sitting and basking in God's presence, which is like completely different to me than this idea of a fragile booth and transitional. This is the sort of the opposite, this embrace of security in the divine presence. Lest you think that this is just these rabbis, right? This is actually Rashi's comment on this verse in Leviticus. I made them dwell in Sukkot. He sides with Akiva. What are the Sukkot? Clouds of glory. So if you read the Torah carefully, you'll see that God often appears in clouds of glory. There are many texts I could have brought you, but I brought you two from the revelation at Sinai, right? On the third day, as morning dawned, there was thunder, there was lightning, and a dense cloud came down on the mountain. And then there was a blast of the horn, and all the camp trembled, right? And similarly, an account in Deuteronomy, God appears in clouds. And that's found all over the Torah, that's found all over the Psalms. So this idea that I want us to sit with today that might be a little new to some of us is this idea that the Sukkah doesn't represent these booths that our ancestors dwelt in, but it actually represents basking in the presence of God. And that gets to, so how exactly does the Sukkah symbolize that? The answer is the schach, right? So schach is a term for the cut vegetation that makes the roof of the Sukkah. And this is going to be like my brief Hebrew lesson for the day. So schach and Sukkah are actually sneakily the same word, right? They don't sound that way to us necessarily. If we're just hearing them casually, because the kaf in Hebrew, this letter has two different sounds. And in Sukkah, it's a hard k, and in schach, it's a soft, right? But it's actually the same letter. And now
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you because we're not seeing slides advanced, so I want to make sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on my fourth slide now.
Okay, you have to
you haven't seen any of those slides?
No, click on the actual slide that you're trying to.
Is it showing now?
No. Do you want to try going into slideshow mode and clicking through?
Okay, let me go to slideshow mode. Can you see it now?
Now we're good. Yeah.
Okay, so I apologize. I had here the text that I quoted, and I would have liked you to be able to see them. Here's Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva, right? Eliezer says that the Sukkot are literal booths, and Rabbi Akiva says they're clouds of glory. This is Rashi saying rain in clouds of glory. And here is the text from the Revelation at Sinai, where we see God descending in a dense cloud. I could have brought you lots and lots of other biblical texts. This is just the one I'm trying to be brief today, so this is the one I brought. Okay, so this is
you made it very easy to follow, even without seeing the slides. So
okay.
Don't worry.
I'm sorry, I was the only one looking at the slides. So this is my brief Hebrew lesson today. Sukkah and schach, you can see they're below in the Hebrew. If you know some Hebrew letters, then what I will tell you is that sneakily, sometimes when a letter takes a dagesh, what that means is sneakily, it's actually a doubled letter, right? So in sukkah, the word sukkah, that dagesh that goes in the kaf actually doubles the kaf, so that the root here is like samech kaf kaf, or SKK, and schach also has the doubled kaf, right? SKK, but it has a different pronunciation because there's no dagesh. So if you're not comfortable with Hebrew, don't worry about the technical nerdy details here. Sometimes I like to nerd out on grammar. The point is the word schach and the word sukkah are basically almost the same word. The schach are the sukkah. And the purpose of Sukkot in the rabbinic mind is to sit in its shade. Okay, so that is what I wanted to share on my slides. I'm going to back out of them now. Let me see. Oh, now I'm trying to get out of share mode. Okay. And now I'm going to take us to the Mishnah, because what I thought we would do for the rest of the half hour is spend some time studying, just straight studying the laws of building the sukkah, since I'm guessing some of you might be building the sukkah later today, or maybe you just built a sukkah, or maybe you're doing it tomorrow morning, right? And trying to see how understanding this view that the point of the sukkah is to bask in the shade of the schach, which is emblematic of the clouds of glory of God's divine presence. Suddenly, I think these laws are going to make a little more sense and seem a little less random than they would if we just had gone straight to the Mishnah. So that's my goal for this morning. Looks like we still have about 20 minutes. And I would love this to be just like a little bit interactive. So if you guys have comments or questions or thoughts, please go ahead and put them in. And Becky, can you draw my attention to them since I can't see in sharing mode?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So
And
let's go.
You know, we're not looking at any text right now.
Oh,
we we still see your slides. So,
okay. How about now?
no, what happens if you click on
I'm going to stop share and reshare. How about now?
Perfect.
All right. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and skip the Hebrew here, and we're going to just go straight to the English. You should know that the bold face is a straight translation of the Hebrew, and the non-bolded face type is a Steinsaltz commentary to make it more comprehensible. Okay, so I'm going to read just the bold without the commentary, so we can think about just what the text says, but it's there for you to sort of help out. And you'll see that he also has this clouds of glory thing in the back of his head, right? So a sukkah that is more than 20 cubits high is unfit, right? If we didn't have this background, we might have come to this and thought, why? Why can't I make my sukkah arbitrarily tall? But now that we know the point is to sit in the shade of the schach, we can understand why a sukkah 20 cubits high, which is about 30 feet, right? That's pretty high, right? My sukkah is like, I don't know, 7 or 8 feet high, right? That's a very tall sukkah. Why is that unfit? Right? Do folks want to say in the comments? We'll make this a little interactive. Why can't you make it so tall? Now we should be able to understand why. What's the problem with a super tall sukkah? What shade are you going to sit in if it's very tall?
Nikki says too far from any shade. Camille says the position of the sun.
Yeah. Yeah, you're going to sit in the shade of the walls, right? If the schach are way up there, you're going to end up sitting in the shade of the walls of your sukkah and not the shade of the schach. And that negates the whole purpose. Now, Rabbi Yehuda thinks that this is possible, so he deems it fit. And similarly, a sukkah that is not even 10 handbreadths high, and one that does not have 3 walls, and one whose sunlight is greater than its shade is unfit. Okay, what's the problem with 10 handbreadths? This is a handbreadth, probably on a man, not on me, but 10 of these, that's too short, right? Why? Probably because you can't sit in it, right? You can't really get into it. And if it has more sunlight through the roof than shade, that's a problem because it's going to be a similar answer, right? That's a problem because you're supposed to be sitting in the shade. That's the whole point, right? That's the whole point of the sukkah. So suddenly these laws make like a lot more sense, I think, if we understand this paradigm behind them. Now, so there are some other debates that are less relevant, right? With regard to an old sukkah, Beit Shammai deemed it unfit for the mitzvah of sukkah, and Beit Hillel deemed it fit. And what is considered an old sukkah? Any booth that was established 30 days prior to the festival. You're supposed to be constructing this specifically for Sukkot. It's not supposed to be a permanent fixture. And actually, in the Hillel, where I went to college, they had a sort of permanent structure that they used as a sukkah on the porch, but they had a whole legal fiction with like wooden, I think wooden centers to the concrete columns that made it somehow legally considered temporary, because your sukkah is supposed to be temporary. You're not supposed to put it up more than 30 days before the festival. And then we have this counter opinion. However, if he established it expressly for the sake of the festival of Sukkot, even if he constructed it at the beginning of the previous year, it is fit. So this is a difference of opinion. Maybe it's okay if it's older as long as it was specifically for Sukkot. Okay, next section. We're now in the second Mishnah. With regard to one who establishes his sukkah beneath a tree, it is that it's as though he established it inside the house and it is unfit, right? What's the problem with being under a tree? And similarly, it's going to say, and one who establishes one sukkah on top of another sukkah, also unfit. I have a really hard time imagining a two-story sukkah, like a double sukkah. I'm not sure exactly what they have in mind here, but that is also unfit. Why is it unfit? Have we got
A
answers?
number of reasons. People are contributing. It cuts down on the shade. It's living under the plants. It's the canopy is too dense. The tree is providing the shade and not the sukkah. Says BJ.
Right. Exactly. If you are in under the tree, you're in the shade of the tree, not the shade of the schach, right? And if you're in the lower sukkah of these two sukkot that are piled on top of each other, you're in the shade of the other sukkah, not in the shade of your own schach. Okay? And then Rabbi Yehuda says, well, if there are no residents in the upper sukkah, again, this is a little hard for me to imagine, then the lower sukkah is fit. Maybe then you're just in the shade of schach over schach. Maybe that's okay. All right, Mishnah number 3. If one spread a sheet over the roofing as protection for those sitting in the sukkah due to sun, or if one spread a sheet beneath the roofing as protection due to falling leaves, or if one spread a sheet as a canopy over the roof of a 4-poster bed, because remember there was you wanted to live in the sukkah, right? So you have your bed in there and you have like a canopy over your bed. All of these are unfit, right? You can't, and you can understand the temptation, especially if you've ever been in a sukkah that rains. You might be tempted to just throw a tarp over the whole thing, right, to keep it dry, or under the schach because the leaves keep falling in your soup while you're eating dinner. Or if you're sleeping there, you might want to bring your canopy bed, right? But all of this is bad. Why is it bad? Same reason, right? You're supposed to sit in the shade of the schach, and all of this interferes with sitting in the shade of the schach. You see how like this one idea that isn't actually in the Mishnah helps explain so much of what the Mishnah says? This was kind of revelatory to me when I was fully adult when I learned this idea, not that many years ago.
Rachel Stewart asks, what about sukkahs on fire escapes or several on top of each other?
Yeah, so if you Google like pictures of Sukkot in Israel, you will see that buildings are designed with balconies that are staggered in such a way that people can build a sukkah on their balcony and not shade over their neighbor's sukkah. This is like part of the architecture in Israel with the idea of building Sukkot in mind. So yeah, if you have a sukkah on your fire escape and your neighbor has one right below, that could be a halachic problem. But in Israel, they actually build balconies sort of in this stagger pattern. Maybe someone can pull up a picture and share it with the group so that people can build their sukkah on the balcony. It's a good question. Okay. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the schach, right? Let's suppose, and this sounds lovely, right? This sounds like a great idea, but it's not going to be allowed. If one trellised a climbing plant like a grapevine or a gourd plant or ivy over your sukkah, right? Why cut branches? Just get your vines, curve them right over the top. And to be living schach, nope, that's unfit. If the amount of fit roofing was greater than the plants attached to the ground, or if he cut those plants attached to the ground, then it is fit. And this is the principle with regard to roofing on the sukkah. Anything that is susceptible to ritual impurity or its growth is not from the ground, one may not roof his sukkah with it. And anything that is not susceptible to ritual impurity and its growth is from the ground, one may roof his sukkah with it. Your schach need to be just schach, right? And that is their entire purpose. You can't use a growing plant and just throw it over your sukkah. It must be specifically for your sukkah because it is no longer just a plant. It is now the clouds of glory, right? And it needs to be something that is not susceptible to ritual impurity, which is why the plant matter is preferred. Okay. One may not roof a sukkah with bundles of straw tied in a rope, or bundles of wood, or bundles of twig. And with regard to all the bundles, if one untied them, they are fit for roofing the sukkah. And even when tied, all the bundles are fit for use as constructing the walls of sukkah. So there's this idea that there's supposed to be some filtration through the schach. It's not supposed to be a very solid roof. You're not thatching your sukkah. Is that the correct term? Thatching? Construction ancient materials, not my forte, right? I think the term here would be like thatching. Though you're supposed to have a feeling of shade and clouds. And if you have too solid of a roof, it doesn't really feel like shade and clouds, right? It feels like you're indoors. You're supposed to feel like you're resting in shade and being sheltered. Okay. One may roof the sukkah with boards like those used on the ceiling of his house, according to Rabbi Yehuda, but Rabbi Meir says no. No boards. That's too solid. If one placed a board that is 4 handbreadths wide atop the sukkah, it's fit. That's the widest you can make your boards. And he fulfills his obligation provided he does not sleep beneath that board. Because again, the board is not the schach. The board is like a support for the schach, but it's not the schach. All right, we're just going to keep going. My goal for today was just to get through a lot of text with you, because sometimes it's just nice to, ahead of a holiday, know a big chunk of the text about that holiday. So in the case of a roof made of boards that are 4 handbreadths wide, upon which there is no coat of plaster, Rabbi Yehuda says that Beit Shammai say, one moves each board and then is considered as those he has placed the boards there for the sake of the mitzvah of sukkah, and one removes one board from among the boards and replaces it with fit roofing. And Beit Hillel say one need not perform both actions, rather one must either move the boards or move one from among them. And Rabbi Meir says one only removes one from among them and he does not move the others. Okay, so we're continuing to discuss just how many boards you can have and what the spacing between them can be, so that we are still sitting in the shade of the schach, right? That is the whole point, is to sit in the shade of the schach.
Rachel, Renee is asking, how do the current mats in use today qualify as sukkah covering?
Okay. So I, as folks who've learned with me know, am not a rabbi. I don't paskin, I don't make Jewish law. But my understanding, but my sense from it is the mats are acceptable because they do filter light, right? So it's not like totally solid. They are made of plant matter, and that has been cut, and they are, specifically for the sukkah. So I think that is what makes them acceptable as schach. But I wish I could give you like a proper rabbinic answer, but that is my sense of it. Okay. All right, so then they're going to talk about metal skewers, whether you can use those instead of boards. And then they're going to talk about walls. Let's go on to walls. One who lowers the walls of the sukkah from up downward If the lower edge of the wall is 3 handbreadths above the ground, the sukkah is unfit, since animals can enter through that space. Oh, I'm sorry, that's commentary. That's what Steinsaltz says. The rabbis don't really tell us why, but you need your walls to come down to the ground. So as much as it is a requirement to sit in the shade of the schach, it also has to feel like a building, like a structure, right? And if he builds the walls from the bottom up, if the wall is 10 handbreadths high, even if it doesn't reach to the roofing of the schach, of the sukkah, it is fit. Okay. All right, so you need to have walls. They need to come down to the ground, but you can have some gaps above, which makes it feel more like a dwelling. Like you kind of have like, I don't know, kind of like windows. Let's go ahead and this one is interesting because it gives a window onto how ancient sukkot that were created, and I guarantee nobody is making their sukkah this way, right? In the case of a house that was breached, creating a hole in the middle of the roof, and one roofed over the breach, if from the wall to the roofing there was 4 or more cubits of the remaining original roof, it is unfit as a sukkah. So this is something that people apparently did in the ancient world, in homes that were much less permanent than most of the dwellings that we live in. You know, it comes time for Sukkot, you just take the roof off your house, you put schach on top, you live there for a week, you finish Sukkot, and then you rebuild the roof, right? That's like not how we would do it today. Our roofs aren't that disposable and can't be reconstituted that easily. But that is one method that, and there are some other texts later in the Mishnah that we probably won't get to today that show that this is one method that people used to make a sukkah in the ancient world, which is just like kind of nuts and kind of amazing to me that they would just going to remove the roof from my house, put schach on, and that's what makes it a sukkah, right? That because it's all about the roof. And then, you know, at the end of the holiday, I'll build myself a new roof in time for winter, hopefully. Okay. And what else? We have like just a couple more minutes. Now we're discussing what shape the sukkah can be. Okay, this one, let's do this one just because this is like an interesting discussion of what fulfills the obligation of dwelling in the sukkah, because as we know, like the weather doesn't always cooperate well with Sukkot, and as much as we would like to dwell in our sukkah, sometimes we're inundated with rain or chill or something like that. So one who sleeps beneath the bed in the sukkah, oh, I'm sorry, this is a different text. But this is kind of, where is I'm sorry. Okay, so this is whether you can sleep under your bed in the sukkah. And the answer is you can't because that would, again, have you not in the shade of the schach. You have to sleep on top of your bed. And this one is like all this fun stuff about whether you can put a sukkah on a ship or on the back of the camel, right? If you're on the go. And the answer is yes, you can. You can build a sukkah on a ship. You can build a sukkah on the back of a camel. And let's see, we are running short on time. I think I'm gonna actually, I'm going to leave it there. We got through a bunch of stuff, and I would encourage you, like if you're inspired, to go ahead and log on to Sefaria, toggle over to the Mishnah, toggle to Sukkot. There are only 5 chapters here. And go ahead and read a little bit more, because it's really, I think once you have this understanding that the rabbis understand the experience of Sukkah to be dwelling in the divine presence, which is represented by shade, which is the stand-in for these clouds of glory, it really changes the whole experience and intention of the holiday. And so my hope for us as we enter Sukkot and as we continue to wait to find out if there's going to be a deal and to know what is going to happen in the Middle East is to live both with the fragility that the Sukkah represents and the embrace of the divine presence that the Sukkah represents. So I think I'm gonna, in deference to the next presenter, go ahead and stop the presentation there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Scheinerman. I'm going to share with everybody in the chat. This is the archive of all of my Jewish learnings, essays about Tractate Sukkah, which
In the Talmud.
in the
Yeah.
Talmud, sorry. So
Not in the Mishnah.
different, but maybe can also provide some of the deeper analysis that might be hard to do on your own. Would be hard for people who are more like me and not you. Okay, so I'm going to take the spotlight off of you, Rachel, and I'm going to introduce our next speaker, who is Rabbi Karatav. Let me just find you. Okay, and I'm going to let you unmute. Okay, and thank you again to Rachel Scheinerman. You'll see Rachel again soon, hosting a couple of our later sessions. Again, just so everybody knows the schedule for the day, we're continuing on until about 3:15, 3:30 Eastern today, and we're really glad that all of you are with us, and I'm glad to introduce Rabbi Karatav, who is one of our regular rabbis at My Jewish Learning, leading our Kaddish minyan on Sunday mornings, writing essays for us and Parsha commentary, and we're really lucky to learn from her this afternoon.
It's very kind of you, Rebecca. Thanks. Hi, everyone. So when I was preparing for today, I was very focused on the fact that this is October the 7th, or this is in honor of October the 7th, and we have this deal in the air. So I chose one Mishnah that I hope will take us somewhere interesting. And all right, well, I hope you'll let me know. So today, as we gather to remember and to learn together, commemorating October the 7th and the massacre, I want to begin with a story of someone whose memory is very close to my heart. Adi Vital Kaplun. Over 30 years ago, my then boyfriend and now husband and I would babysit for Adi and her 2 and then 3 siblings from time to time. I was a recent immigrant to Jerusalem, and her parents, Jackie and Yaron Vital, were contemporaries of my older brother. But as soon as they met us, we became part of their family in the way that can happen in Israel. I don't know how many of you are familiar, but it's really a thing. So Adi was a remarkable individual in all ways. She was a daughter and a wife and a mother, a sister. She was a friend. She was a woman of many, many talents. She was athletic. She was a talented saxophonist. She was extremely intelligent and deeply creative. She wrote poetry, some of which has been published prior to her death. She danced. She won awards for Israeli dancing, even as a teenager. She played basketball with a passion. And most recently, she had completed and earned a master's degree in engineering, cum laude, from Ben Gurion University. Adi was a proud Zionist, and she served in an elite intelligence unit in the IDF. And later, she worked in cybersecurity. Her commitment to the state of Israel was unwavering. She believed strongly in the dream of settling in the Gaza envelope to continue the process of making the desert bloom. So Adi's story is one of immense love and courage and dedication. In her final moments, her bravery, particularly protecting her very small children, her father and her husband, speaks strongly to her strength of character and the depth of her love. If you're curious about the details of Adi's it is an unbelievable story. Just Google Adi Vital Kaplun and October 7th, and you'll find many versions of the story, but it's an amazing story. So To teach in Adi's memory is to recognize that not everyone in our community can simply walk with the normal flow of life. Her life reminds us that our path is sometimes disrupted, to say the least. And our question is, how do we, as human beings, and then together as a community, respond to people who walk differently among us? So this Mishnah that I brought, it was brought to my attention by my colleague, Rabbi Sharon Brous. She's from California, and she'd just come out with a new book called The Amen Effect. And if you don't have a copy, I highly recommend it. So in the book, she mentions this Mishnah almost as an aside. You know, she's like, oh, yeah, this Mishnah sort of tweaked my interest when I was in rabbinical school. So she described it as holding it as a life lesson text. So I was like, what does that mean? Curious about what she meant. I obviously had to look it up and learn it for myself. Sharon's interest in this text are definitively through a communal service lens. And she was thinking about how and why healthy communities function. Good question. So as a rabbinic text, I see her reading and I agree. But when I learned that when I learned this text with my chaplain's eyes and heart, I immediately apply it to October the 7th. So this Mishnah, thank you, Rosa Borg. Yes, may her memory always continue to be a blessing. This Mishnah is kind of an obscure compilation, like Rabbi Brous was very right, of legal matters called midot, or measurements, is sort of the safest translation there. It is predominantly a discussion of ancient building measurements, blueprints, if you will. When I Googled Mishnah Midot, Rabbi Google told me that it was the earliest treatise on geometry. So on face value, I'm sorry to the mathy people out there, this does not sound too exciting to me. And it is just not a commonly read Mishnah. It's kind of obscure, and I think it's wonderful for this moment. So I've heard it referred to, this is the pinnacle. I have heard this Mishnah referred to as, this is a direct quote, an arcane section of biblical canon that appears as riveting as a boilerplate cell phone contract. But I totally disagree, and hopefully I can show you that. So let me set the stage. This text is describing the technique for bringing offerings to the temple on pilgrimage festivals, like Sukkot, for example. The plaza around the ascent to the Mizbeach, to the altar, is packed with pilgrims from all across the land and their livestock and their children, and it's noisy, it's chaotic, and so I need you to picture this when we look through the text itself. So I think what I'll do, since we're a pretty large group, Rebecca, right? So I'm going to just read through. That's not a bad thing. It's a lovely thing. But I thought if it was a smaller group, maybe we could be a little more interactive. Anyway,
If
I'm going to read through
put questions or comments in the chats, I can raise them for you.
Oh, great. Thanks. So I'm going to read through the Hebrew, and then I'll read through the English, and then we'll go through sort of line by line to seek some clarity. And maybe we'll come to a, wow, blueprints aren't always boring moment. So here's the text. Kol hanichnesin lahar habayit nichnesin derech yamin, umakifin, veyotzin derech smol. חוץ ממי שאירעו דבר, שהוא מקיף לשמאל. מלאך מקיף לשמאל, שאני עוול. השוכן בבית הזה ינחמך, שאני מנודה, שהשוכן בבית הזה ייתן בליבם וקרבוך דברי רבי מאיר. אמר לו רבי יוסי, עשיתן כאילו עברו עליו את הדין, אלא השוכן הבית הזה ייתן בלבביך ותשמע לדברי חבריך וקרבוך. Now I'm going to read the English text, which will always also be up in front of you. So it's sort of a visual. Now imagine there are tons of people and there are rules about how they go all the way up this large mountain. It's not a mountain exactly, but whatever. They go up this large hill to offer their sacrifices. Now at the top of the hill is the Mizbeach, is the altar, and it's a big square contraption. And there are Kohanim all around that are helping do the sacrifices. And so this is what's happening. There are rules about how to do this. All who entered the Temple Mount entered on the right and went round. So like they went round the mount up to the top. When they got there, they did their sacrifice and they went back on the like this direction, and they left on the left. So this is true for everyone except for one to whom something has happened. They, people who have had something happen, also enter from the right, but they go around to the left. So you can imagine there are people going this way up the mountain, many people, hordes. And then on the other side, there are people who are going up the other direction. So we have like a double helix of humans, right? They're doing this. I can't do that with my hands. So he was asked, why do you go around to the left? Because I am a mourner. May he who dwells in this house comfort you. And if he answered, because I am excommunicated, sort of implying someone who's alone in some way, they say, may he who dwells in this house inspire them to draw you near again. In other words, may God give you strength to reach out in your fullness when you're ready. These are the words of Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Yosef, he looks at Rabbi Meir and he's like, you make it seem as if they who were going up in the other direction, were sort of treated unfairly. Rather, they should say, may he who dwells, so they should answer, he who dwells in this house, may they inspire you to listen to the words of your colleagues so that they may draw you near again. May God allow people to see you for who you are and be open to you. So, in the image of bringing gifts to the temple, everyone moves in harmony. We enter on the right, circle around to the top, we circle back after the sacrifice, and we exit to the left, exit stage left. So there's like a choreography of unity. A helix pattern. There's like a single helix that goes up and then back down. Hence the geometry, I think. But the Mishnah, this particular Mishnah, makes room for disruption. The mourners and the estranged do not follow the usual pattern. So now you have to envision a double helix, like I was describing, like some are going this way and some are going the other direction. So they enter from the right with everyone, but they ascend going around to the left. Now this means that the people going up to the right have to intersect almost like physically face to face with the people going up in the opposite direction. Like essentially, if you're all going in one direction, then you see the back of the person in front of you. But if there are people going opposite, then you bump into them when you cross paths. So that's what this conversation is about in the Mishnah. So the interaction between them is why I bring the Mishnah here for you, for us. We see that the community doesn't shame the people who are going in the other direction. They ask, they notice, they speak words of blessing. We see here that the ideal holiness is not uniformity. It is the ability to hold difference and pain and fracture within this sacred flow. A mourner literally walks against the flow. Their grief disrupts the communal rhythm. Their loss is always with them. You know that. You've met someone in mourning. And even after the Shiva or the Shloshim, you can feel their sadness around them for a long time. Their grief, they carry their grief with them. So the people respond. So when the mourner is walking against the flow, the people respond, "May God comfort you." Logical. The Mishnah gives us a template for communal compassion. Grief must be visible, acknowledged, embraced. So Adi's family and so many families who were touched by October the 7th cannot ever walk, ever, in an ordinary path of life again. And our job is not to turn away, even though it's really easy to. But if we apply the message of this Mishnah, we are compelled to bless, to comfort, and to be present. Of course, presence with the grieving is somewhat familiar to us. We've all visited a Shiva house. And it even comes with a script. We know you're supposed to say, "Hamakom yenachem etchem betoch sha'ar avlei Tzion v'Yerushalayim," or "Min hashamayim tenuchamu," depending on what community you're from. But there is a complexity when we think about the menudeh, the excommunicated. For the menudim represent fractures in the community that make it harder to feel compassion for them. And this Mishnah is the only blueprint we have on how to handle this. Rabbi Meir's answer seems to imply that the responsibility of responding to the menudeh, the responsibility lies with the other. May God put it in their hearts to draw you near. But Rabbi Yosef, his comment says, the responsibility lies with us. May God put it in your heart to listen so that they may draw you near. So here we see two approaches. The first, healing comes from the community, softening and welcoming. The second, healing comes from the individual, opening and returning. So this all sort of fits like in a nice little jigsaw puzzle, but we really have to wrestle with ourselves and think about who are our menudim. When communities are divided, whether politically, religiously, or even, and perhaps especially within families, whose responsibility is it to repair? Can it be both? So, October the 7th disrupted the Jewish people's flow. Mourning, trauma, estrangement, fear, anger, resentment. Like mourners, we all walk differently now, and we all need comfort. Like the excommunicated, we face the division among us. We all see it. Different visions of Israel, of the Jewish future, of what family means, of what loss means, about what our fear really is. This Mishnah, it shows us a path. It begs us to see that when someone walks differently, don't look away, even if it's easier. Lean into it. This Mishnah tells us, ask, acknowledge, bless. Can you imagine the people on your Facebook or on your Instagram who are saying the exact opposite about Israel that you think? Could you ask, could you talk to them? Could you acknowledge where they are? Could you bless them? Could you offer them blessing? Because that's what this Mishnah is saying. It's saying that the ball's in our court. We have an opportunity, and this is it. We have to engage. We can't just walk away. We can't just say, it's such a privilege to us. We can just easily say, you know what? I don't look at Instagram anymore. I don't look at Facebook, which is really like saying, I don't want to know if people disagree with me. But they're there, and you know it. And at this point, 2 years, 700, and God knows how many days into this conflict, this is what we're doing. We have to face this. Because someday, someday soon, this will end. And then we'll have to live with the scars of this. So I think it's necessary to think about how we're going to approach the others who we see and who we know and who we've cut off because we couldn't stand listening to them, or people who we didn't have anything to do with, who suddenly we really want to spend all our time with because they agree with us. How did that happen? And do we want it to continue to happen? I don't know what that means about community. So to honor Adi's memory and the memory of all who were lost, we have to strive to practice this choreography of compassion and reconciliation. Adi's courage, love, and creativity remind us what it means to live fully, even if life is cut short. That woman lived a full life, and she had just given birth 5 weeks previously. The Mishnah reminds us that disruption is part of sacred life. The mourner, the estranged, the broken must be seen and blessed. Today, we are all walking against the flow. So I pray that the one who dwells among us comfort us, open our hearts, and draw us near to one another. Yehi zichron baruch. May Adi Vital Kaplan's memory be a blessing.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Tav. Since we have a few minutes before our next session, I'll just share some of the comments in the chat, and maybe you want to respond. The first set are really to the Mishnah that you shared. Rosa says, it shows how grief sets us apart and that we need both God and our community to reconnect. This is beautiful.
Absolutely, Rosa. Wow, yeah.
Deborah said something similar. Unity is not uniformity. Hashem desires unity. He desires that we truly see each other and love them through their trauma and healing. Our community provides much strength for me.
Good. I hope everyone's community provides that kind of strength to them. Sometimes that's tricky though, right?
A lot of general amen and agreement with what you shared.
It's so weird to like talk into a
yeah.
screen. I can't see any faces. I don't know who's
I'm
doing.
happy to also, if anybody wants to raise their hand, I can let you unmute if anybody else wants to share, ask a question, or respond.
Sure.
See if we have any volunteers.
It's brave to do that. Yeah. Linda says we're all mourners now. So true. So true.
Okay, so if there are no questions, I think the best thing to do would be to give everybody a 5-minute break so we can, use the facilities, get a drink of water before our 2:30 Eastern session starts with Rabbi Tiferet Berenbaum. So
sorry, I was a little short.
you were perfect. No worries. See everybody back.
It was lovely to teach with you and to be here. Thank you. And really, I'm sorry I was a little short. I kind of wondered if it was going to be, but you got to do what you got to do.
Thank you.
Thanks, Linda.
Bye, Cara.
Yeah. It was just right. People are you guys are very sweet.
This is a good comment. Nikki says it's important for us to have time to sit with what you've said as well. I love that. Cantor Mark, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
I'm working on it. Am I unmuted?
We hear you, yes.
Am I stop? All right. Less is more. Never forget. Less is more. I'm from somebody who is incredibly windy and talkative and never stops to even put a period on a sentence. I can tell you this from deep experience. I'm actually rushing around the house doing 5 things at once. You were clipped to my belt, and I only really took in the piece about looking at Instagram and not looking at Instagram, and hey, this is going to be over someday, and maybe you dumped a whole bunch of people and now you want them. And I went, oh my God, I've got to listen to this whole recording again, because that was enough to spend an hour meditating on. So
Well, thank you, Mark. And it's like a trademark of mine. I actually should have warned my Jewish learning folks. I always run a little bit short because I would rather be a little short than a little long. But in these things that are like set to exactly the minute, I always come up a little short. Should have warned you.
If you ever have that problem, I'm online. Just point to me and I'll sing something for 5 minutes, fill the space for you.
Excellent.
But if you could, maybe privately coach me or teach a seminar on how to do that all the time. I never allow myself to go to officiate a wedding or a funeral without a word for word script. Because if I start feeling the spirit, they'll be there. Well, let's just say the most the most prayed prayer, I think, in Judaism is, "Dear God, please let this ceremony not be boring or too damn long. Amen."
Amen.
Thank you so much for today. It was absolutely touched my heart.
Very kind. I'm glad. Now we have to do the work.
Yeah.
I don't know who else can hear me, but now we have to do the work.
Sounds like you're doing it.
Trying.
And you've inspired us. Thank you.
You're welcome. Looks like Jill has her hand up.
Hey, Jill, we have 1 more minute.
Hi there. Just wanted to say thank you. I don't think there's time, but trying to figure out the happy medium between staying informed, wanting to run away, wanting to interact, but not wanting to be attacked, which, can happen. And also appreciate your not at minimum, but suggestion of giving them blessing, giving them blessing at the very least, even though that's such a huge thing. So I really appreciate that suggestion, as opposed to, to be honest, me sometimes wanting to go on the attack. So really appreciate that. And thank you.
You're very welcome. Thanks for saying something, Joe. I think we're
All
done.
right, I think I'm going to step in, Becky, if you don't mind. Rabbi Tav, always a pleasure to learn from you. Sometimes I get to host Sunday morning Minyan and learn from you there as well. It's lovely to see you again. Folks on the call who don't know me, I'm Rachel Scheinerman. I edit My Jewish Learning, and it is now my privilege to welcome Rabbi Tiferet Berenbaum for our next session. So Rabbi Berenbaum, there you are. Rabbi Berenbaum is the Director of Congregational Learning and Programming at Temple Beth Zion in Brookline, Massachusetts. And are you getting as gorgeous weather there as we are in Connecticut right now?
Yes, Baruch Hashem.
Nice. All right, we're happy to have you. Go ahead.
Hi. Good afternoon. It's afternoon where I am, everyone. You know, when I usually do the minyan, I always talk about how much of an honor and a privilege it is to be gathered here, and considering why we're here today, I still feel like a privilege to be with all the people who are gathered here today. And I wish we weren't. At the same time, I wish we weren't, but here we are. So we have been dedicating this learning to the hostages who have been in the darkness for 729 days. And we just hold them and send that energy. I'm going to drop my source sheet here in the chat, but I will also share screen so that we can look at, so we can learn some text together. Hold on one moment. I'm trying to walk and chew gum at the same time, as they say. I am grateful. Hold on, paste. Oh yes, someone put that we are candles in the darkness. Absolutely, we are. We are candles in the darkness, gathered here learning this Torah. I believe in the power of Torah to bring light and energy and cross time and space. So we are here doing what we can. So given the choice to choose absolutely any Mishnah to learn with you today, I thought we could do a little learning towards Sukkot, which is starting tomorrow night. And please forgive me if this has already been covered. Hopefully, I'm bringing a new gloss to you so that we can keep our candles burning together. So let me share my screen. Do I have? I do. Thank you. Okay. Share my screen. Okay, so we're gonna start in the Mishnah, and then we're gonna mosey on over to the Talmud, as we are wont to do in our tradition. So this Mishnah comes from Eruvin, the first chapter, second Mishnah. And Eruvin, for those who don't know, is about making eruvs, about creating space that makes it permissible for us to carry, for Jews to carry on Shabbat, to push, thinking about strollers, because there is a Shabbat prohibition against carrying. But of course, our tradition is incredibly practical. So we've got a whole tractate on so how do we carry? What are the distances that we carry? What are the ways in which we can carry and all of that? So that's what Eruvin is about. So, and for those who are unfamiliar with how Safaria, which is the source of the source sheet, the bold text in the English, and I'm just gonna, for the sake of time, read through the English.
The bold text is the direct text from the Hebrew, and the not bold text is the explanation, the English explanation to help us understand all what we're reading. So, in the Mishnah, there is a basic dispute with regard to the method of rendering an alleyway fit for one to carry within it on Shabbat. Okay, so that's our mental location. We're trying to figure out what do we need to know about an alleyway and how we carry about that on how we carry within it on Shabbat. Beit Shammai and Beit Hillel are the figures of our Mishnah, and if you don't know, Beit Hillel and Beit Shammai do not agree. Later on in this Mishnah, someone's going to try to tell us that they might agree sometimes, but then someone's going to say, no, they don't. And they are, in our tradition, the people who just like are polar opposites. So we're going to get into that. Beit Shammai say both a side post and a crossbeam are required for it to be considered kosher to carry on Shabbat. Whereas Beit Hillel say either a side post or a crossbeam make it kosher for carrying on Shabbat. Rabbi Eliezer says 2 side posts are required, one on each side of the alleyway. And in the name of Rabbi Yishmael, one student said in front of Rabbi Akiva, well, Beit Shammai and Beit Hillel didn't disagree about an alleyway that's less than 4 cubits wide, right? From this previous part, as they both agree that carrying is rendered permitted by either a side post or a crossbeam. Okay, so with regard to what did they disagree? It's with regard to an alleyway that's wider than 4 cubits and up to 10 cubits wide. As Beit Shammai say, it requires both a side post and a crossbeam. And Beit Hillel says it requires either a side post or a crossbeam. Rabbi Akiva comes back in to say, or because this conversation was happening in front of him, Rabbi Akiva said to the disciple, it is not so. As they disagree, Beit Hillel and Beit Shammai, both about this case, i.e. the alleyway that's less than 4 cubits, and about that case, an alleyway that is between 4 and 10 cubits wide. So Beit Hillel and Beit Shammai are always disagreeing. And what even is the issue here? So I went apple picking this morning with my synagogue, and I was looking at this Mishnah to make sure that I still loved it and still felt like I wanted to share it. And something that caught me, I was in the pathway between the orchard, and I noticed, I was like, this feels like an alleyway. And so I pulled out the Mishnah to see, to do a little rabbinic math, to understand, like, well, how many cubits is this passage to understand, what are they really arguing about? So 4 cubits is 84 inches, which is 7 feet wide. So 7 feet wide is about a little over half of the orchard path I discovered from measuring it. So 10 feet would be, 10 cubits would be about the full path of an orchard passageway. So if you've ever been apple picking, and I assume, I don't know if this is a correct assumption, but I feel like there's some agricultural, probably science to it, but imagine the width of a passageway in an orchard. That's the width that we're discussing here. So does it need 1 post? Does it need a cross post? And, after looking at this and what are we really discussing? The whole point of how we create a domain in which we can travel is it has to be something that's enclosed in some way. So what Beit Hillel and Beit Shammai are really arguing about is, what does it mean to be enclosed? And how do we really say, what is included? Beit Shammai feels very strongly that there needs to be some overarching piece. There needs to be a top. We can't just have 1 or even 2 posts on each side to say that it is an enclosed piece. There really needs to be a top. And Beit Hillel is saying, well, it can be one or it can be the other. So I'm going to jump us just a little bit. And I didn't include this on the source sheet because I know we only had a half an hour and I didn't want to get caught in every text along the way. But when we look at where this conversation gets picked up in the Talmud, it's right after the text that you might be familiar with, which is Elu ve'elu, the conversation where Beit Hillel and Beit Shammai are arguing, and the bat kol comes out from heaven and says, the voice comes out from heaven and says, yes, you're right, and you're right. These and those are both opinions, are the words of a living God. And that's where we get this idea of when we have these arguments, it's not about, or when we have arguments that are L'Shem Shamayim, for the sake of heaven, then the essence of the argument is, how do I do this mitzvah the best? How do I best connect with God through this action? And if that is the premise, then both this and that way will get us there. So, but the end of that part of the Talmud is, but the halacha is in accordance with Beit Hillel, which most of the time the halacha is in accordance with Beit Hillel. And I thought this next piece that we're going to look at is really interesting because it's one time when the halacha is in accordance with Beit Shammai. And Beit Shammai tends to be a little bit more strict. So when we're looking at this, what this text right here, this Mishnah, what are we really arguing about, or what are we really discussing? Like, what makes something enclosed? What makes something a dwelling? Well, it feels very natural that this conversation then gets picked up when we talk about the sukkah, right? Because a sukkah is supposed to be our dwelling, and we have a lot of questions of what makes the sukkah a sukkah. And these two pieces go hand in hand as we think about, like, what is the nature of the sukkah? What is the nature of our doing the mitzvah within the sukkah? So, I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Nope, I don't think I missed anything. So right after this piece of Elu ve'elu, which some of you might be familiar with, we pick up right here now in the Talmud on Eruvin 13b. And it says, as in the Mishnah that we learned, meaning the Mishnah that we just studied, in the case of one whose head and most of his body were in the sukkah, but his table was in the house, Beit Shammai deemed the sukkah invalid, and Beit Hillel deem it valid. Okay, so we're this is actually a very piece of text that I think that's very close to my heart, because I live in an apartment and I have a balcony, and so I always have a very small sukkah. And so this is the instance of a person who has a sukkah, and their head and their body are in the sukkah, but their table is in the house. So their table is not actually in the sukkah. Just the person doing the mitzvah, Shev Basukkah, is dwelling in the sukkah, but the table and the food, what they're eating, is actually in the house. Beit Shammai say that this sukkah is not valid. That is not a kosher sukkah. Whereas Beit Hillel say that it is a kosher sukkah. Okay. Now we have a little conversation where Beit Hillel says to Beit Shammai, but wasn't there an incident in which the elders of Beit Shammai and the elders of Beit Hillel, like both of our authority figures, went to visit Rabbi Yochanan ben HaChoranit, and they found him sitting in just this way. They found him sitting with his head and most of his body in the sukkah, but the table was in the house? So then the students of Beit Shammai respond to the students of Beit Hillel, from there you seek to adduce a proof? Right, like this, you're seeking to say, like, based on that, those visitors too said to the rabbi, if that is the manner in which you were accustomed to perform the mitzvah, you have never fulfilled the mitzvah of sukkah in all of your days, which is super harsh. However, it makes us think, okay, what is going on here, and what's the issue? Putting aside Beit Hillel's being very harsh, which Beit Hillel is always very harsh, but this is one of the times where our halacha also says that is true. That is not a kosher mikvah. That is not a kosher sukkah. The halacha in this case is in accordance with Beit Shammai. So it's like, all right, so what are we dealing with? So we have to think about, what is the essence of Sukkot? What is the essence of this mitzvah? And is it about dwelling ourselves? Well, that's a great question. What the first place to start is, what even is the sukkah? And as we think about how we have just come, where we are in our calendar, we've just come through the high holiday season. We have just met Hashem, God, however we understand God, in the field, right, during the month of Elul, and we reconnected. We did the turning. It's beautiful how the Zohar talks about how we are like lovers at the beginning of Elul who are back to back, and then over the month we turn face to face, and now we're ready again to be in relationship with God, how we understand God. And then on Rosh Hashanah, we choose to be in that relationship. We lift it up. We crown God. That's what, Rosh Hashanah is about. And then we go through Yom Kippur, where we have just had all of this time to really discover and recommit ourselves to the beauty and the seriousness of our relationship. And then we recognize that, it could be taken away, right, based on our actions. And so on Yom Kippur, we basically are begging for this relationship not to end. And then we come into Sukkot. And our rabbis teach us that Sukkot and the sukkah itself is a loving, warm embrace. It's like we talk about coming tachat kanfei Shekhinah, we talk about coming under the wings of Shekhinah. It's the same imagery as if you could imagine the sukkah itself being like the wings of Shekhinah, being like a warm embrace of the Holy Blessed One. And so we're called to go into the sukkah, and we make it our main dwelling place for the entirety of the holiday, theoretically. And so when we come back to this piece of text and ask, based on understanding that as people doing the mitzvah, we are then within the sukkah is a representation of God, and we physically bring ourselves within God during doing this mitzvah. It totally makes sense then for the halacha to be in accordance with Beit Shammai, to follow Beit Shammai. Because if our table, which is where we're getting our sustenance then, is outside of the sukkah, the thing that is giving us our sustenance is outside of God, then we're not doing the mitzvah. We're supposed to be enacting that everything that we need in this moment can be found right here in this loving embrace from God. And if our food is not within that, it is not in that, and if there's someone else at the table and they're not in it, then we're not doing the mitzvah. Everything that we need in that moment needs to be inside of the sukkah, because that's the purpose of the sukkah, to teach us that everything that we need is given to us from Hashem, from God, how we understand God. So in this way, the halakha is in accordance with Beit Shammai, which says if the table's in the house, it's not a kosher sukkah. That we're going to have to try again. I do not stand by how harsh, the harsh tone of Beit Shammai, but we see that often in the Talmud as well in other places. Okay. And finally, I think we have time to go through this, and then we can maybe have a little bit of time to talk. So this is the next, this is just the next, almost the next piece. I tried to leave out the filler texts so that we could stay as focused as we could. The sages taught the following baraita, and a baraita is like the Mishnah. So I was hoping it was kosher. A baraita is like the Mishnah, rather contemporaneous with the Mishnah. Some people say it's the cuts of the Mishnah ended up on the cutting room floor, but it's of the same period, and it teaches us more about the situation between Beit Hillel and Beit Shammai. It says, for 2.5 years, Beit Shammai and Beit Hillel disagreed. And this is a refrain that comes up again and again in the Gemara, that Beit Hillel and Beit Shammai are disagreeing for a very long time over one thing. These say it would have been preferable had man not been created than to have been created. It would have been better if humanity just never existed. And then the other side said, well, I think it is preferable for a man to have been created than had he not been created. It's actually a good thing that humanity exists. And I feel like this debate right here is something that I want to say in almost every conversation that I've had in the last, I've lost track of time at this point, but it ends with something like, wow, humanity is terrible right now. So it feels like this is so deeply connected, and how these things are flowing in the seasons that we're in right now feels incredibly relevant. So this is the conversation. Would it have been better for humanity to have been created or not created? Ultimately, they recounted the opinions and concluded it would have been preferable had humanity not been created. However, what can we do about that? However, now that he has been created, humanity should examine their actions, and that those that one has performed, and seek to correct them. And some say they should scrutinize their planned actions and evaluate whether or not and in what manner those actions should be performed. So this piece of the text takes us to a concept that is that we find in our Musar tradition. And if you've learned with me before, you might know that I'm currently learning this lovely sefer, Bilvavi Mishkan Evne. It's a contemporary text, a contemporary Musar text. And in my studies the other day, this concept came up of mishmosh and pishposh, very relevant to the high holidays. So it perhaps would have been better if we weren't created, one could say. But however, since we're here, now that we're here, our goal needs to be to walk as lightly as we can, because we are humans. And what we have taken away, or what I have said and what I have heard over and over on these high holidays, as we, recited the Vidui and all the things that we are capable of, Ashamnu, Bagadnu, all of those things that we are capable of just by nature of our being human, even if we have not done those things ourselves, the seeds to do those things exist within us. With that reality and that awareness, we have to tread lightly. And so this text suggests, since we're here, pashpesh b'ma'asav, pashpesh or pishposh, depending on the verb form, is the reflective. That's what we just did, right? To do the looking back on our actions and seeking to correct them, and seeking to do, to look at how we did things in the past and to see where we can change them. And then some say, as we look towards the future, yemashmesh b'ma'asav, then we do that work so that we don't have to do the pish posh. We're going to do the preemptive thinking through of what are the possible outcomes. We're going to slow down. And I think this is another one of those messages that is so right for us right now as we're stepping out of, as we're getting to the end of the end of the Teshuvah season, because we learn by Rosh Hashanah Yikatevu, v'Yom Tzom Kippur Yechatemu. It's written on Rosh Hashanah. It is sealed on Yom Kippur, and it's put in the mail on Hoshana Rabbah. So we have a couple of more days. But we take out of this that to slow down and have the practice of thinking about our actions and weighing our actions beforehand in order to really consider what is the best way forward? What is the best path here? What are my motivations for these actions? And how can I make sure that they are the right motivations? In Hebrew, we would say the kavanah. What is my kavanah in doing this? What is my goal here? What are my intentions? And so I think that wraps quite nicely into our opening Mishnah, which begs the question of, well, what's the goal? What's the goal when we're thinking about what creates an enclosed space? And so when I look back at this with this idea of pishposh and mishmosh, thinking of, how do we make choices? How do we examine our choices? And what's our ultimate kavanah? Right? On Shabbat, we're seeking to not engage in work, for instance, for this. We're seeking to not engage in work. We're seeking to only be in spaces that are contained. So what does it mean to feel contained? What does it mean to say this is not public? What does it mean to say this is not, this is a contained space? What really matters? And how do we collectively make the right decision? And the decision that's rooted in the real kavanah of the halacha, the kavanah of the chag, when we get down to Sukkot, and to the kavanah of walking gently, because we have so much power to be destructive. How do we make the right choices to not lean into that possibility? So with that, I will stop sharing my screen. I will say just a word of blessing for your upcoming Sukkot holiday, that you are able to fulfill the mitzvah with your whole bodies in the sukkah and with all you need together with you in the sukkah. And to say that through our candles, which are light in the darkness, that we are hoping that the hostages continue to be wrapped in these wings of Shekhinah, to feel surrounded by God, to feel not alone, even though it seems dark and hopeless, to know that Hashem is with them, and that we are here.
Thank you, Rabbi Berenbaum, for those beautiful words. And thank you to all of you who came to listen and who have been with us throughout the day. We have had a long day of learning that started at 10 o'clock Eastern this morning. So we just wrapped up about the 5th hour. And I am now have the privilege of inviting Rabbi Menachem Creditor to come take us out of this experience.
Thank you, Rachel. And Rabbi Berenbaum, what a blessing to follow you, to be able to hear some of the blessing that you offer to us all. Friends, I'm, as you are, following the news incessantly, and what a gift it is to have hours of this significant day be devoted to learning, to giving us the strength that we need. Of course, we'll stay tuned in. Hopefully during Chag, we'll not just receive good news, but maybe less news would be fine too, as long as it's okay. What I wanted to do and what I've been asked to do is share this in a ritual framework, not only the formal learning, but also the fact that we are grounded in time as a people. What a gift to have the flow of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur and Sukkot and Shmini Atzeret and Simchat Torah, because in fact, we have our own way of telling time, and that's part of the dignity that we are demanding of the world and also trying to reinforce within our own hearts what it is to have our own days of joy and our own moments of sadness. They are our moments, as Rabbi, Rebbe, but not Rabbi, Elie Wiesel wrote in an essay called Against Despair. He wrote it in 1973 after the Yom Kippur War. He said, I don't give, and we should never give anyone the power to tell us when to be happy or sad. These are our days, and we're in the middle of our chagim. We're in the middle of our holidays. What a gift it is to claim time. So there are two things I'd actually like to do. One of them is because this is a moment where we acknowledge loss. 2 years is a real thing, as surreal as it may be. And just so I don't want to end with saying Kaddish, because that's not where our hearts end. But we should say Kaddish. We've lost so much, and so many. There are faces of some of those who were killed on October 7th that are always in my eyes. Those who have lost since October 7th, those have fallen in defense of Am Yisrael. Whatever your politics are, this is all an effort to be safe in the world, and we should never have to fight, and no one should have to die. But some have. And so I would invite you just for a second to call to mind one face, one name. And there are so many. If it's more than one, let it be more than one. But take a moment, call to mind. I don't want to say one person's name because I don't want to distract you with where my focus is. But we have a lot of memory to share in this moment. If you'd like to share in the comments, you certainly can. You're welcome to. Let's say Kaddish, friends. Make sure that at least there's one Amen. See if you can make sure that there are 10 of us on your screen so you'll know there's a minion with you. Yitkadal v'yitkadash shemei Rabba. Be'alma divrach kirtei v'yamlich malchutei. B'chayechon uvyomechon uv'chayei dechol beit Yisrael. Ba'agala uvizman kariv v'imru Amen. Yehei shmei Rabba mevorach leolam olamei almaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitba'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh v'yithadar v'yit'aleh v'yithalal shmei dekudesha b'rechu le'ela min kol birchata v'shirata tush bechata v'nechemata da'amiran be'alma v'miru amen Yehei shlam araba min shemaya v'chayim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen Oseh shalom b'imromav hu ya'aseh shalom Aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. Now, like I said, friends, we don't end with Kaddish. That's not where our hearts go. That's not where our chagim lead. We pray, of course, all the time, every second of these last 2 years. And so we're going to do that too. But I would invite you to hope in a way that I haven't allowed myself to hope in some time. But I stood with the parents of Omer Nutra just an hour ago, Ronen and Orna. And they gave us permission to say such a thing, to pray for a change. The work won't be done. The grief doesn't go away. That's not how grief works. But may we be blessed to say this Mishaber perhaps for the last Sunday that we will be saying it. Please, God, let our 48 beloveds be in our arms. And let's put down this incessant, interminable waiting. I'm going to offer Mishaberach, and I'll ask you again. Hold on. Hold your own heart if that is comforting to you, and through that, hold on to everyone. Mishaberach Avoteinu Avraham Yitzchak v'Yaakov, Sara Rivka Rachel v'Leah, Hu yivarech et chayalei tzva Hagana liYisrael, העומדים על משמרתנו וערי אלוהינו, מגבול הלבנון עד מדבר מצרים, ומן הים הגדול עד לבוא הערבה, ובכל מקום שהם, ביבשה, באוויר ובים. תזרם חיל להשיב את הנעדרים ואת השבויים, בעבור שהקהל הזה מתפלל בעבורם. הקדוש ברוך ימלא רחמים עליהם, ויוציא מחושך וצל מוות, ומוסרותיהם ינתק, וממצוקותיהם יושיעם, וישיבי מהרה לחיק משפחותיהם, ויקוים בהם מקרא שכתוב, ובתויי אדוני ישובון, ובאו ציון ברינה, ושמחת עולם על ראשם, ששון ושמחה ישיגו, ונשאו יגון ואנחה, ונאמר, Amen. And in simple English, friends, bring them home now. I want to close with a beautiful piece of writing. There's a book that has become popular, though not pleasant, popular in Israel, called The Day Everything Changed, 10 Stories from October 7th. It's a graphic novel, actually, depicting some stories of heroism, stories that deserve our attention and will rivet the imagination. But the introduction to it, written by editors Neda Gorovich and Asaf Chanukah, has grabbed me. It's actually a way of expanding what Elie Wiesel also taught, which is to be witness to a witness is to become witness. We have been witness to so much, friends, and as complicated as it is to say, and as hopeful as I hope we can remain, we have survivors again. And part of the long-term work that we have as a community is to bearing testimony, to learning from everything we've been through. May we be blessed to learn our lessons and by a world that perhaps shows itself as a little bit kinder. I don't want to be naive, but I do want to be prayerful. Here are the words that Neda Gorovich and Asaf Chanukah write in their beautiful book. I recommend it highly. You can get it in English now, co-published by the Hostages and Missing Families Forum. Our future recollections of this event, they write, will undoubtedly center on the monstrosity of human malice, the relentless nightmare endured by the hostages, the profound disillusionment and sense of abandonment felt by all citizens, and the stark absence of hope. Yet, amidst the collective dread, narratives have emerged. Stories of extraordinary heroism. While heroism is often associated with physical strength and unwavering resolve, there is a different kind of heroism largely missing from the collective narrative. This heroism is driven by a profound sense of solidarity and humanity so immense and graceful that it feels almost like something out of a fairy tale, though it isn't. Documenting these heroic tales holds both historical and moral significance. It serves as a foundation for our collective memories, ensuring that the more we highlight stories of companionship, alliance, and altruism, the more these qualities will shape our future and identity. So I close with this blessing, trying to learn from my teacher, Rabbi Berenbaum, just before me. We have Sukkot coming. Beautiful traditions, an experience of permeable boundaries in an uncertain world, and we ask God, Ufros Aleinu Sukkot Shlomecha, may we have a canopy of shalom just for a few days. Under that canopy, may our family be made whole once more. May we be determined to feel the joy, v'samachta b'chagecha, to have joy on our holidays. And please God, on this 2-year anniversary of October 7th, may we somehow emerge, may we begin even more deep healing, and may the world be blessed with peace. Thank you to My Jewish Learning for making sure that we learn and that we come together and we pay honor and dignity and love. May they be home very, very soon, friends. Thank you for being part of this learning today. Thank you to Rachel for making sure it worked. Can't wait to see you on really good days coming up. An early Chag Sameach, friends. See you soon.
Thank you, Rabbi Creditor. I am not the only My Jewish Learning person who has been working behind the scenes today. I just happen to be the last. So thank you to my colleagues who had much more to do with organizing and managing today's event than I did. I was also privileged to teach alongside a lot of really talented and wonderful people that I have learned so much from: Rabbi Rachel Druck, Rabbi Lauren Tuchman, Dr. Sara Ronis, Rabbi Asher Lopatin, Rabbi Elliot Goldberg, Abby Eisenberg, Rabbi Akiva Mattenson, Rabbi Kara Tav, and of course, most recently, Rabbi Tiferet Berenbaum, and of course, you as well, Rabbi Creditor. So thank you to all of those participants who came together with us today at this moment. And I am hoping that I am sending us off as we enter another week, another holiday, another season, perhaps another stage of this conflict. I hope that everybody had a moment to feel, to mourn, to perhaps feel some hope, to process together, to be together. It is always really a privilege to get to be in community with all of you. And I need to go build a sukkah. So I'm going to wish you all a Shavua Tov, and be well, everyone. Thank you to everyone who made this possible.